Chapter 94. Heifels closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly, his tiger-like eyes snapped open. His two bell-like eyes shone brightly. He took a step forward and roared into the sky, "Ron, get out here, or I'll kill my way in and tear you to pieces." Heifels was a burly man. His roar was like a lion's roar, shaking the roof tiles. Even the dust on the mottled walls rustled down. The other freshmen living in the dormitory trembled in fear. At this moment, the door opened with a bang. Ron walked out expressionlessly, followed by the students of dormitory 302. Aurora, Gid, Manny, and finally the pale-faced Lonsim. Heifels narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze swept past Ron's face and paused for a second. He then swept his gaze towards Aurora, a trace of seriousness flashing through his eyes. He hadn't thought that Ron would be with Aurora. However, he soon understood. Dormitory 302 was a notorious gathering camp for losers. It would be strange if a necromancer wasn't assigned there. This guy is very strong. Ron didn't need Homelin's reminder. He already knew that this guy called Heifels in front of him was a formidable opponent. The most troublesome thing was that he was actually Firth High's brother. "Heifels, what do you want?" Aurora asked with a straight face. Heifels waved his hand and all the students quieted down. They all followed his lead. "Damn it, when can I have such power?" Fatty Gid's eyes were filled with envy. Heifels, who had hundreds of followers, was very formidable in his eyes. "You're Ron?" Heifels ignored Aurora. He walked up to Ron as if he was looking at a monster. He sized him up and asked coldly. That's right. It would be a lie to say that Ron wasn't afraid in the face of the black mass of students in front of him. However, he was also someone who had gone through a lot. He could still force himself to remain calm in this situation. "You're the one who beat up Firth High like this?" Heifels asked, rolling his eyes. Ron quickly calmed down. His hand slowly touched his own space bag. He slowly raised his head and fearlessly stared at the murderous gaze of the other. He smiled faintly. "That's right, that guy asked for it. Ha ha ha." Heifels suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. His owl-like laughter echoed in the silent sky. After a long time, his laughter stopped. His face changed into a sinister expression. He said in a deep voice, "What a reckless guy. This is the first time I've seen someone so calm when surrounded by so many people. Although I admire your courage, but..." His gaze suddenly fixed on Ron. "But you shouldn't have hurt my brother." "Now, there's nothing more to say." Heifels roared, "Do it!" Swish, all the students pulled out the weapons in their hands. There were all kinds of weapons in their hand. There were magic staffs, scepters, swords, bows, and so on. These students all obeyed Heifels' orders and prepared for battle. "Kill!" someone shouted. At this time, the surrounding students were ready to pounce. "Everyone stop!" A clear voice rang out. A clear and melodious voice shouted. Aurora had taken out a bow from her space bag at some point in time. On the curved bow, an arrow condensed by magic was shining with a faint light. The bow of the tree elves, a dark gold weapon. When it appeared, it gave all the students a big fright. Aurora's face was cold. "Who dares to move? My bow doesn't have eyes." A trace of fear appeared on the faces of the students. The bow of the tree elves was not unfamiliar to them. Thinking back, Aurora had used this bow to establish the reputation of the Academy's #1 archer. Although she was not good at close combat, in this limited distance, whoever moved would die first. Once her arrow was released, it would not turn back. None of the students dared to breathe too loudly. They were afraid that if they breathed too heavily, Aurora would treat them as enemies. They did not have absolute confidence in dodging her arrow. Aurora slowly swept the bow towards the group of people in front of her. The moment the bow of the tree elves was aimed at them, everyone took a step back. Homelin's shadow stood beside Ron. Aside from Ron himself, no one else could see him. They could only see him twirling his beard with a satisfied expression. A fight like this was interesting. Ron, this little girl is quite good to you, Homelin said with a smile. Right now, only she can suppress this group of people. But then a trace of doubt flashed across Homelin's face. But she gives me a very familiar feeling. That feeling is very strange, Homelin mumbled, but he couldn't say why. He just felt that it was strange. Hefels's face darkened. Aurora, this has nothing to do with you. Move aside. I'll deal with you later, Aurora smiled. Sorry, Hefels, but this time I can't stay out of it. Ron is a member of Dorm 302. Aurora's words gave Kid and the others great confidence. Yes, Ron is a member of Dorm 302. How can we let you mess around? We are friends. If we live together. If we die together. Come, Hefels, I'm not afraid of you, Kid and Lantry roared. They shouted until their faces were red and their necks were thick. They looked like they were going to fight to the death. But in the face of the black mass of people, they looked a little weak. Only Lansom's face was pale, his body was trembling, and his lips were trembling. He couldn't say a word. Hefels's eyes were like a poisonous snake's staring at Aurora. It seems that Aurora is determined to fight us to the end. I just don't know what benefits you can get from this. Aurora smiled faintly and didn't answer. Hefels said, Your bow is very powerful, but no matter how powerful it can only injure or kill one person. Even if you're fast, it can only kill 2 or 3 people. We have hundreds of people here. How many can you kill? Everyone knew this, but no one dared to be the first to rush to their death. Hefels naturally understood this. He smiled. It seems that I have to do it myself. But I don't know, Aurora, after a holiday, how much did your dirty novels increase? How much did your strength increase? Aurora's heart sank. This guy was going to do it himself. As he spoke, Hefels slowly took off his jacket, revealing his strong and muscular body. He patted the dimensional bag at his waist and took out something from it. It was a spiked club. This spiked club was Hefels' weapon. It had been upgraded to the highest level, dark gold rank. The spikes on the spiked club emitted a faint golden light. When the people of room 302 saw the spikes on the club, they all shuddered. Hefels put his hands together. A strange energy appeared out of thin air. It was like a stream of light sprinkling on the ground. At this time, a mysterious magic formation appeared on the verdant ground. Hefels is summoning his mount, exotic beast, long-fanged tiger, the students cried out in alarm. Even Aurora's eyes showed a trace of anxiety. Hefels was a knight. With the help of his mount, his strength would rise to another level. This way, he would be even more difficult to deal with. What do we do? Aurora and Manny, who was ranked second in strength, looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with helplessness. Even the usually heartless Fatty Gid was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Mommy, this guy is so scary. Ron's face was also solemn. Today's matter was caused by him alone. These roommates were all forced into this conflict. He felt a little guilty. Level 6 exotic beast, long-fanged tiger. Ron's eyes were fixed on the tall and majestic figure. He clenched the azure-grade pig bone staff in his hand. Let me see how powerful you are. Hefels's summoning magic was coming to an end. The long-fanged tiger's figure appeared out of thin air. It was a huge black tiger. When it was on all fours, it was over 2 meters tall. Its body was suffused with white stripe. Its 2 long fangs were like sharp swords, shining with a cold light. It had 4 strong and powerful claws, and a long tail that constantly swayed behind its back. A knight's mount was a tamed exotic beast. These exotic beasts were usually obtained through 2 methods. The first was to buy them. People would sell sealed exotic beasts through various trading companies or auctions. As long as one signed a contract, they could obtain them. However, the price was outrageous. Exotic beasts of level 5 and above were already sold for sky-high prices. The second method was to go to some places where exotic beasts roamed and personally capture them. After capturing them, one would seal them. However, this method was extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake could lead to death. This was also the reason why exotic beasts were so expensive. Good fellow. Heifels patted the long-fanged tiger's huge head and mounted it beautifully. His face was brimming with confidence. The strength of the exotic beast coupled with his own strength was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. He looked at Aurora with a trace of mockery in his eyes. Aurora clenched her silver teeth. Although she really didn't want to admit it, she knew that she had indeed lost. Heifels, who was riding on an exotic beast, was stronger than her. This kind of battle was a sure-death situation. If they continued to fight, they would lose without a doubt. Should I put down my weapon and let Heifels take Ron away? Or should I fight to the death? They have hundreds of people other than Heifels. Aurora sighed. Just when she was about to say a few soft words, a series of hurried footsteps sounded. Ta, what's going on? Why does it seem like a lot of people are coming here? Heifels's group of students were puzzled. Their formation was also a little chaotic. Not far away, a group of black figures appeared. The number of people in this group was not inferior to Heifels's. The leader was a valiant female knight wearing a fiery red battle robe. A bell-like voice sounded. The beautiful female knight in front smiled and said, "Heifels, we finally meet. This is the first time we meet in the new semester, right?" The more Ron looked at the leader, the more familiar he felt. When that person came closer, his eyes gradually widened. Chapter 95. Ron was a little surprised to see Shea. Shea now had a more mature flavor and was even more beautiful than before. When Ron's gaze fell on Kadena, who was beside Shea, his body suddenly stiffened. She was a woman so beautiful that it was suffocating. She had a head of long azure hair and a light blue magician's robe wrapped around her petite body. A pair of white hands that were as white as jade stretched out from the long sleeves of the robe. Her face was as fair as carved jade and as smooth as milk. Suddenly, Ron's heart had a trace of impulse. He wanted this woman to be his wife. Ron himself did not know why he had such an idea. Hamelin smiled. What a woman who is born to bring calamity to the country and the people. Such a woman is not something that an ordinary person can have. It can even be said that her fate is not even in her own hands. Ron asked puzzledly, "Grandpa, what do you mean?" Hamelin did not directly answer him. Instead, he smiled and said, "Ron, now is not the time for you to think about these things. What you should think about now is how to improve your strength as quickly as possible and become a powerhouse in the eyes of tens of thousands of people." Ron took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. When he looked at Kadena again, there was not much passion in his eyes, only calmness. Seeing Shea, even Heifels could not help but be a little moved. It was easy to deal with Ron, but this Shea was different. When his gaze swept past Kadena, who was beside Shea, his eyes could not help but reveal a trace of strong possessiveness. Kadena was extremely uncomfortable under his naked gaze. She could not help but twitch her cute little nose and snort coldly to express her dissatisfaction. Heifels quickly calmed down. The most important thing now was to figure out their intentions. Shea and Kadena did not bring so many people here for sightseeing. He frowned. "What are you doing here?" Before Shea could speak, Kadena said, "Then what are you doing here? Is the Balarax Academy owned by your family? You can come but we can't?" After being reprimanded by Kadena, Heifels's face turned pale. However, he still had good self-restraint and swallowed his anger. In front of this beautiful and cute Princess Kadena, no one could really get angry. Heifels looked at Shea. Shea smiled and pointed at Ron. "I have a small problem with that necromancer that I need to resolve. Today, I found out that he's also studying in the academy, so I immediately came looking for him. Who would have thought that you, Heifels, would be one step ahead of us? As soon as these words came out, everyone's face revealed an extremely astonished expression, especially the few people in dormitory 302. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at Ron with all their might. They didn't know how this little freshman who had just arrived at the academy could be related to the senior boss shit. Shea was born beautiful and powerful. In addition, she was someone who came from the first-place dorm in the academy ranking tournament. She was very popular among the students and had many followers. Coupled with Kadena, who was a disaster to the country, the two of them pulled together a large group of people in a short time. Aurora frowned slightly. She moved closer to Ron and asked in a low voice, "You know her?" Ron thought for a moment and replied, "I've met her once, but I'm not too familiar with her. Stay away from her. This woman is not a good person." Aurora clearly did not like Shea. Ron gave a faint "oh." This woman had accepted Geralt's mission to capture him, so he did not have a good impression of her. However, he suddenly remembered that the aqua-blue sword Saint Corbett's granddaughter was also called Shea. She was also studying at the Balarax Academy, but he did not know if it was her. Fatty Gide winked at him. "Ron, you're too great. You actually have the powerful and beautiful Miss Shea backing you." The eyes of the people around them were also filled with envy. How could Heifels not understand that Shea was biased towards Ron? You don't have to bring so many people to solve a small problem, right? He immediately snorted. "Miss Shea, this Ron used dishonorable means to frame my younger brother, Highfirth. Now that you've brought so many people, are you trying to go against me?" Ron had defeated Highfirth in front of everyone, but Heifels had deliberately ignored this point and called it a frame. In other words, he simply did not admit that Ron had defeated Highfirth. Shea smiled. "Heifels, this sentence seems to be wrong. I was also there at that time. I clearly remember that Ron defeated that idiot Heifels in front of all the freshmen. Sorry, although he is your younger brother, please forgive me for using this word." "What?" Everyone simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. Guangming had defeated Highfirth, which meant that he was at least equivalent to an intermediate professional. This trash necromancer was actually this strong? Aurora's beautiful eyes flashed as she heard this. She also found Ron much more pleasing to the eye. "Although I don't know how he did it, but if it's like this, our dormitory's ranking battle will be a little more assured," Aurora thought in her heart. Heifels' face alternated between red and white. His lie had been exposed in front of everyone, making him unable to back down. He snorted. "Now my younger brother is still lying in bed, unconscious. I still have to ask him what's going on. Shea, I think everything should be based on first come, first served, right?" Shea smiled. "First come, first served, well said. I also agree with this. That's good. My grudge with him happened a few months ago. According to the principle of first come, first served, Heifels, I think you should step aside." Heifels could no longer bear it and roared, "Shea, don't go too far. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Shea pulled out a one-handed night sword from her space bag and sneered. "It's hard to say who's afraid of who. This lady has been fighting since the first day of school until now. I'm not afraid of anyone." Swish, swish, swish. Seeing Shea pull out her sword, the students behind her all pulled out their weapons. Kadena also took out her magic staff, ready to fight to the death. "Kill! Kill! Kill them!" Firth High and the others were not to be outdone either. They all pulled out their weapons, and in an instant, the atmosphere of a great battle was ignited. All kinds of elements filled the small space, filling it up. "Ron, you're really something. You've only been in the academy for a few days, and these seniors are already fighting because of you," Lantry said enviously. "When will I be able to write such an awe-inspiring pornographic novel?" "That'll be great." Kid patted Ron's shoulder heavily with his fat hand. "Brother, we'll be under your protection from now on." "Hee, who told you to be the boss?" The students shouted at each other, not daring to make a move for the time being. Even people like Shea and Heifels were a little worried. A fight of this scale would definitely alarm the Academy. If he ordered a fight, no one would be able to bear the responsibility. Shea and Heifels are fighting. This news spread like the wind throughout the Academy. In an instant, the entire Academy was in an uproar. Those who were partial to the fight, those who were here to watch the show, all kinds of people ran out. More and more people gathered. Aurora, look, that's the boss of Class 3. He's here too, Lantry said to Aurora. An old magician walked over with a group of students expressionlessly and stood by Shea's side. Shea nodded to him as a greeting. Look, another group of people is here, Kid yelled. He was so happy that he danced with joy. A scene like this was rare even in the Balarax Academy. Ron looked and saw about 300 to 400 people slowly walking over in a line. They all had tense faces and serious expressions, and the one leading them was actually a woman. Sister Shea. The group of people stood directly beside Shea, and the girl greeted her with a smile. Shea nodded. Sister Hera, thank you. Sure enough, you are worthy of being a good sister. The girl called Hera smiled, revealing 2 small canine teeth. When her eyes fell on Ron, she was clearly stunned. She smiled kindly at Ron and nodded in greeting. Who is she? Does she know me? Ron smiled back at her, but he was puzzled. Heifels's expression became more and more unsightly. He could clearly see that more and more people were gathering around Shea. On his side, other than the few familiar bosses who had appeared at the beginning, there weren't many people left. Some of the bosses who had come were shocked when they saw that the one who had clashed with them was Shea. They didn't dare to offend either side, so after thinking it over, they could only choose to remain neutral. This made Heifels very angry. He also keenly felt that in terms of connections in the Academy, he was still far behind the other party. Not to mention Mocklin, he couldn't even compare to Shea. The influence of the dormitory of the Academy ranking tournament's first place wasn't just for show. Many people had a wait-and-see attitude because of Shea's reputation. Karachi's eyes were full of excitement. Ron, look, there are more and more people on our side. Heifels will have a good show to watch. Our side? Ron smiled faintly. He thought that Shea couldn't be considered to be on his side, even though he didn't know what Shea's motive was. Frezino's calves were trembling, and his handsome face was filled with fear. He quietly moved closer to Heifels and said in a trembling voice, Boss, the situation isn't good. More and more people are gathering around that woman. Frezino didn't continue. Heifels's heart had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. Looking at the current situation, it was obvious that he was the loser. Shea's followers were increasing, while his side was decreasing. Some of them even left directly, not wanting to go against Shea and the others. In terms of popularity, Heifels thought that he was strong. Not to mention Shea, even Mocklin from the Academy ranking tournament's first dormitory was confident that he could fight him. However, in terms of popularity, the difference was too great. Shea had a proud smile on her face. Heifels, what do you think? Looking at you guys, it seems like you don't have much of a chance of winning. Heifels took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed a ferocious glint. Shea smiled and looked back at him, not to be outdone. After a long time, Heifels glared fiercely at Ron and said in a low voice, Let's go. Heifels is scared, haha. Seeing Heifels cower, the morale of the students on Shea's side rose, and they all started to clamor. Amidst the boos of the students, Heifels angrily left with his people. Ron then said, Firth High's injuries aren't serious. He'll be fine after fainting for a while. Chapter 96. Shea smiled and said loudly to the students who had come to support her, Sorry for the trouble today. Shea would like to thank everyone on behalf of our dorm. That's what we should do. You're welcome, Sister Shea. If there's anything, just say the word. The students enthusiastically greeted Shea and left. The girl named Hera didn't leave. Instead, she slowly approached Ron. After a while, she asked in a hesitant tone, "Excuse me, are you Scott Moody?" Ron felt that this question was a little strange. He shook his head. "Sorry, I'm not Moody. I'm Ron. The girl named Hera chewed on this name, and a trace of disappointment flashed across her eyes. "Oh, sorry, I mistook you for someone else. It's okay. Hera, what are you doing here? Do you know this person?" While speaking, Shea walked over. Her pretty face didn't have a trace of expression, and behind her was her little follower, Katina. Hera smiled and shook her head. "I don't know him. I just felt that he looked like someone. I didn't expect that I mistook him for someone else. So that's how it is." Shea laughed. "It's normal for people to look alike." Hera nodded. "Sister Shea, I'll take my leave then." Shea said goodbye to Hera. Immediately after, a sharp gaze locked onto Ron. However, there was a trace of complexity in that gaze. "What do you want?" As the boss of Dorm 302, Aurora naturally had to protect Ron. At this moment, she felt that she had to stand up. Shea frowned. "Aurora, this has nothing to do with you." Aurora didn't budge an inch. "Ron's business is my business." Shea was about to explode when blood rushed to her head. At this moment, Ron calmly interjected, "Shea? You're Shea, right? Why are you looking for me?" For some reason, when Shea faced Ron, her anger disappeared. She took a deep breath. "Ron, I want to talk to you." Ron nodded. "Don't go." Aurora pulled Ron and said, "This woman doesn't have any good intentions." Ron turned his head and happened to meet Aurora's concerned gaze. His heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Ron did something that even he didn't dare to believe. He opened his arms and gently hugged Aurora. Jida, Lantry, Karachi, and the rest of the people from room 302 were petrified. They thought to themselves, "Ron, how dare you hug our boss Aurora?" Aurora didn't even bat an eyelid at the boys in the past few years in the academy. She hadn't even let anyone hold her hand. "Ron, you..." Aurora only felt that her body was fixed. She wanted to move, but she couldn't. She didn't know why, but Ron's thin and weak body emitted a calming warmth. Shea naturally saw this scene and couldn't help but feel a little jealous. She was shocked. "What's wrong with me? Why do I feel like my heart is beating faster?" She shook her head and shook off the absurd feeling in her mind. Her face returned to its usual cold expression. "Ron, I think we should go." Some words shouldn't be heard by outsiders. She emphasized the word outsider. Ron hugged Aurora in his arms. A faint fragrance seeped into his nostrils. He smiled and said, "Aurora, thank you. Don't worry, it'll be fine." After saying that, he gently let go of her. Oh no, Aurora is going to explode. Jida and the others knew her temper. Every time before Aurora got angry, she would appear extremely calm. The expected volcano didn't erupt. Aurora smiled sweetly and said, "Okay, Ron, be careful." She then glared fiercely at Shea. "Shea, I'm warning you. If you dare to touch a single hair on Ron, I won't let you go." Ron left with Shea. Kadena bowed to them and hurriedly left as well. Only the people from room 302 were left standing there. Lantry whispered to Jida, "Is Boss Aurora stupid? Why is she just standing there and not moving?" Jida smiled and said, "You don't know. You can't guess a woman's thoughts. From what I see, Boss Aurora is most likely in love with Ron. I just don't know how Ron managed to capture Boss Aurora's heart." Before Kid could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Ouch! He squatted down in pain, only to see that Aurora had appeared beside the heartless fatty at some point in time. She had given him a hard knock on the head. Aurora showed a fierce expression. "What are you looking at? Go back to your room." Seeing that Aurora was putting on the airs of a boss, the few fellows immediately became like mice that had seen a cat. They shrunk back wretchedly and agreed before returning to their own rooms. Aurora saw that there was no one around and her face became hot. She looked like a shy little girl. "Hey, Ron, you actually hugged me in front of everyone. It's so embarrassing." How am I going to be the boss of room 302 in the future? In an open area behind the mountains of Balrifax Academy, the grass here grew to the height of half a person. It seemed to be a deserted place. Shea brought Ron here. Ron became vigilant. Why did you bring me here? Shea turned around abruptly and stared at Ron with her beautiful eyes. You think I have nothing better to do? I brought you here for revenge, of course. Revenge? Ron was stunned. Do I have a grudge against you? No. Shea's eyes widened and a trace of resentment flashed across her face. She looked Ron up and down and said coldly, Yes, it seems that you have almost forgotten that you defeated me. But I remember it all the time. Until one day, I will defeat you and wash away my shame, so that's why. Ron tilted his head and said, It's not a big deal. Grandpa Homelin once said that winning and losing is a very normal thing. Even as a strong person, it's impossible to only win and not lose. You have to know that there is always someone better than you. No one can stand at the top. Isn't it normal to lose? Shea asked with a tense face, Who is Grandpa Homelin? Oh no. Ron knew that he had let the cat out of the bag, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. Nothing, I mean, you don't have to take these things to heart. Impossible. Shea coldly snorted and said in a clear voice, No matter what, I want to fight with you and wash away the shame of the past. She patted the space bag at her waist and a cold light appeared. Ron took a closer look and saw that it was a shining one-handed knight sword. Ron frowned. Do you have to fight? Shea took a step forward to show her determination. Ron glanced at Kadena and asked, Then what about her? Kadena smiled. I'm just here to watch the show. I won't get involved in the matter between you and Sister Shea. She ran away quickly and sat on a large green rock. A pair of exquisite deerskin boots could be seen under her fluttering skirt. She sat on the rock calmly with a faint smile on her face. Shea glanced at Ron. You can rest assured now. To be honest, Ron did not want to fight with Shea. He had already forgotten that Shea had accepted a mission to capture him. More importantly, Ron was indebted to Shea's grandfather, who had saved his life before. Ron was thinking about how to tell her about Corbett. Perhaps he could turn the enemy into a friend. Shea saw that Ron was still dawdling and became impatient. She did not want to waste any more words with Ron. She took a step forward and stabbed her sword at Ron's throat. Wait! Ron did not expect her to attack so suddenly and was shocked. He reacted quickly. His space bag flashed and a green-boned staff appeared in his hand. He blocked Shea's knight sword. Ron said anxiously, Wait, listen to me. Shea's face was gloomy. She did not want to waste any more words with Ron. Instead, she attacked fiercely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the knight's sword cutting through the air was extremely ear-piercing. It even brushed past Ron's scalp a few times and cut off a few strands of hair. He was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. If Shea's sword had been just a little bit off, his head would have been separated from his body. Shea pressed on step by step, forcing Ron to swallow back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He was fully focused on dealing with Shea's sword moves. Hee, how interesting! Kadena rested her chin on her hand and looked at the two of them with interest. What do they look like now? It's like a couple fighting. Sister Shea hasn't used any fighting spirit at all. Kadena let out a chuckle. Shea's face was burning. Her little thoughts were discovered by Kadena. She could not maintain her face and shouted angrily, Ron, if you don't make a move, I won't be polite anymore. With that, Shea's body moved and a powerful fighting spirit surged out from her body. Boom! Flames exploded on Shea's body. With a powerful aura, Ron was forced to retreat a few steps. He looked up in shock. Shea's body emitted a raging fire, and the flames seemed to have a substance that was constantly burning her body. She stood in the fire, like a goddess covered with flames of lust. She said indifferently, Ron, use your true strength. If you don't, you will die under my sword in the next moment. With that, Shea held her sword and approached step by step. At this time, Homelin said, Ron, fight with her. The current you is no longer the child who could be bullied. Your strength is not weaker than hers. Chapter 97. Shea's relentless advance actually aroused Ron's fighting spirit. He waved the bone staff in his hand, and a powerful soul force surrounded his body. Black gas filled the air, giving people a feeling of unreality. Ron raised his head, and his eyes were filled with a faint green light. As you wish, Shea, let's have a showdown, Shea smiled. That's how it should be. A powerful black gas swirled around Ron's hand. Even Kadena, who was far away, could feel an extremely powerful force. What kind of power is this? Kadena's beautiful eyes widened, and a trace of astonishment appeared on her fairy-like face. This kind of power was different from any she was familiar with. Kadena recovered from her astonishment, and thought with lingering fear. What a powerful power! No wonder Sister Shea was defeated. This power is too terrifying. It seems to have a hint of evil. Ron muttered something, and not long after, he waved his hand. Caw! Caw! Sounds came from the ground, and eerie white skulls scrambled to crawl out. Skeleton warriors. Summoning skeleton warriors was Ron's specialty. There were a lot of them and they were very fast. It was just that their defense was a little weak. These repulsive skeletons. Shea didn't dare to lower her guard in front of a row of evil spirits that crawled out from hell. She had already experienced the strength of these skeletons. Flaming edge. A powerful flaming light shot out, and swept towards the skeleton warriors in front of her. With a crash, the powerful flaming energy wreaked havoc, and a large number of skeleton warriors were swept away. Ron shook his head in his heart. The skeleton warriors were still too weak. They didn't feel it when they met someone weaker than them, but once they met an opponent of the same level or stronger than them, the skeleton warriors' disadvantage quickly became apparent. Shea continued to pursue, swinging her flaming edge one after another, and those frail skeleton warriors fell in droves. Skeleton warrior. Ron didn't want to be outdone. This time, he decided to summon even more powerful skeleton warriors. One by one, the heavily armored skeleton warriors crawled out of the ground with giant axes in their hand. They howled angrily, their hollow eyes glowing with a faint green light. Kadena was dumbfounded. These guys are so strong. She was a little worried that Sister Shea was in danger. Shea furrowed her brows. Just from their appearance, the so-called skeleton warriors were even more difficult to deal with than the skeleton warriors. This was evident from their heavy armor. Charge! Ron waved the bone staff in his hand, and the skeleton warriors rushed toward Shea as if they had received an order. They were undying warriors that had returned from hell. They had no fear, no pain, and no fear of death. Silver-winged Pegasus. Shea finally stopped hiding her strength. She was a knight, and only with a mount could she display her full strength. Shea clasped her hands together and chanted a summoning spell. A silver light lit up and spread out in front of Ron. The light was so dazzling that he couldn't open his eyes. In the haze, Ron saw the light gradually grow bigger and turn into the shape of a horse. Silver-winged Pegasus. Ron's heart trembled. This silver-winged Pegasus was still fresh in his memory. He sneered. So what if you have a mount? Watch me kill your mount. Black gas swirled in his palm, gradually forming the shape of a spear. This was Ron's most powerful single-target spell, Bone Spear. Go to hell. Ron waved his hand and the bone spear in his hand pierced out, aiming directly for Shea's mount, the silver-winged Pegasus. Shea flew up and mounted the horse. At this moment, her confidence was multiplied. Defensive stance. Shea raised her shield with one hand, and the silver-winged Pegasus' 2 legs were in the air, its wings flapping. A perfect defensive stance was executed just like that. Boom! The powerful bone spear pierced the silver-winged Pegasus body, but it was as if it had hit a wall of air. The bone spear went in an inch, and couldn't go any further. A simple yet not simple move had dissolved Ron's bone spear into nothingness. Damn it! Ron clenched his fist. At this moment, he was truly enraged. He copied Shea and rode on the skeletal warrior's back like a horse, charging directly at the opponent. Boom, 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 Ron and Shea began a fierce battle. Both sides went back and forth, neither giving way to the other. The competition of strength between the two caused the ground to tremble slightly. Streaks of brilliant power spread in all directions. Wherever it went, the grass was scorched and the ground was charred black. Oh my God! Kadena sat on the large green rock, her beautiful big eyes widening. Is this still the necromancer I know? He's actually so powerful? He's tied with Sister Shea? Others didn't know, but Kadena was well aware. Ever since Shea was defeated by Ron, she seemed to have been greatly agitated. She trained like her life depended on it, madly torturing herself and challenging her limit. In just a few months, her strength had increased by a lot. Kadena even felt that Sister Shea wasn't much inferior to Mocklin. Even so, she was still entangled with this necromancer, and couldn't even gain much of an advantage. Ron's combat experience had also been honed. He knew what to do at what time. His strange necromancy magic often made Shea flustered. In all fairness, Ron's strength was a bit lower than Shea's. Although they were both at the high rank of warrior, Ron's strength was much lower than Shea's. However, he relied on his rich combat experience and strange necromancy magic to force a tie. Boom! Shea stabbed out with her sword. Flames scattered in all directions, forcing Ron, who was holding a bone shield, to retreat. Ron rode on the skeleton warrior and retreated a few steps, almost falling. The skeleton warrior behind him suddenly blocked his retreat. Ron gritted his teeth. Go! Shea didn't even have time to catch her breath before the wolf-like skeleton warriors pounced on her again. Her almond eyes widened. Die, all of you! At this moment, the fiery aura around Shea's body surged. Even the silver-winged Pegasus seemed to be draped in a flaming cape. She let out a delicate cry and urged her warhorse to charge at the skeleton warriors. Assault! The silver-winged Pegasus's front hooves soared into the air and stomped on a skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior's sternum shattered, and it turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared. Shea waved her shield and forced a skeleton warrior to her left to retreat. She slashed out with her flaming sword and cut another skeleton warrior in two. At this moment, a skeleton warrior suddenly ambushed Shea from behind. Sister Shea, be careful. Kadena couldn't help but cry out. In her eyes, these skeletons were no longer useless skeletons. Each one of them could cause great trouble for Shea, so she couldn't help but warn her. Shea didn't even look. The silver-winged Pegasus retreated and kicked the skeleton warrior into the air. It crashed into a tree and turned into ash. Good kick. Kadena couldn't help but clap her hands. That despicable woman. Ron glared at Kadena. In a fair duel, this was considered unfair. Ron didn't have a good impression of Kadena either. Shea explained what man and horse as one meant in front of Ron. She rode the silver-winged Pegasus up and down. Her sword and the Pegasus's legs dealt great damage to the skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors were either cut into pieces by Shea's sword or sent flying by the Pegasus's kick. Damn it! Ron's eyes turned red. He was ready to fight for his life. Die! Ron gripped his bone spear and rode on his skeleton warrior, stabbing at Shea with all his might. Boom! The two of them clashed again. Their powerful strength clashed, causing beautiful sparks to erupt. The two of them went back and forth, fighting to their heart's content. Homelin shook his head at the sight. Ridiculous! Ridiculous! How did this fight end up like this? This is a necromancer, not a warrior. Why did you rush up and fight her in melee? If you like melee, you can just train as a death knight. He thought to himself, but didn't say it out loud. Firstly, it would distract Ron. Secondly, it was just a spar anyway. It wouldn't hurt to let him suffer a little. The two of them were still fighting. The black aura on Ron's body grew thicker and thicker, as if he was shrouded in a black fog. The more one looked at him, the more unreal it seemed. At this time, Huamelin suddenly frowned and let out a soft sound, a trace of surprise appearing on his face. He discovered that Ron was unknowingly imitating Shea's fighting style. The only difference was that Shea was riding a silver-winged Pegasus, while Ron was riding a skeleton warrior. What surprised Huamelin was that the skeleton warrior under Ron seemed to be alive. Not only did it carry Ron around the battlefield, jumping up and down, it even cooperated with Ron's attack. From time to time, it would kick, punch, stab, and so on. Shea was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale, and she screamed repeatedly. "Good lad, he's a genius. I can't believe that he actually created such a way of fighting." Huamelin shook his head and smiled wryly. "This lad doesn't properly learn the orthodox necromancy magic. He uses a lot of crooked methods. I don't know how he came up with such a fighting style, but it's so powerful. Could it be that necromancers are going to become a close combat profession in his hands?" Huamelin wasn't opposed to innovation. He wasn't a conservative person, but he was a little worried about Ron's future growth. Shea, on the other hand, was getting more and more annoyed. That Ron was like a piece of dog skin plaster. Once stuck, it couldn't be removed. The most depressing thing was that she was clearly much stronger than him, but she couldn't gain the upper hand. It wasn't easy for her to figure out his fighting style, but he came up with a new fighting style, forcing her to be flustered. Stab! Shea took a deep breath. The sword in her hand split into three, like three sharp rays, and went straight for Ron. Ron didn't dare to be negligent. He summoned the bone shield to block the opponent's attacks one by one. After a long period of fighting, his reactions were much faster. Rise. Chapter 98. A cloud of dust rose from the ground, and when Ron turned around, Shea had already disappeared from her original spot. 56. Book Vault, */ in the sky. Ron quickly discovered Shea flying in the sky. She was riding the silver-winged Pegasus, shuttling through the air like a nimble fish. A smile appeared on Kadina's face. Sister Shea is flying in the sky again. With the advantage in the air, Ron's defeat is irreversible. I just don't know if a necromancer like him can fly. Shea's face was cold as frost. She rode the silver-winged Pegasus and circled in the air, her face cold. "Humph, I'll let you suffer a little." As she spoke, her hands suddenly sank, and the silver-winged Pegasus made a beautiful turn in the air and dived down towards Ron. Ron turned pale with fright and his nerves tensed up. So fast! The silver-winged Pegasus carried a powerful momentum as it headed straight for the pornographic novel. It fell, and before it even landed, a gust of wind was already blowing on the ground. Not good dodge. Shea was very fast, and Ron only had time to think this. He steered the skeletal warrior and rolled on the ground. At this moment, he only felt a gust of wind blow past, and his face hurt. The skeletal warrior under him was cut in half at the waist. Ron was still in shock and broke out in a cold sweat. If he had dodged a little slower, he would have been the one cut in half. Count yourself lucky. Shea's attack missed. She swung her slim waist, and her slender legs squeezed the Pegasus's belly. A hurricane appeared on the silver-winged Pegasus's wings, and it rushed into the sky in the blink of an eye. At this time, Shea swooped down, turned back, and launched a fierce attack on Ron. Every time she swooped down, she posed a great threat. Ron could only stare at the silver-winged Pegasus in the sky, unable to do anything. Looks like Ron can't fly. He's definitely going to lose this time. Kadina tucked her hair behind her ears and revealed a victorious smile. Shea was her good sister. Kadena naturally didn't want her good sister to lose. Ron's mind was racing. What does this attack look like? That's right, it's Griffin. The Griffin Knight I met a few months ago had attacked me like that. How did I deal with him that time? That's right. Skeleton Magician, you're dead for sure. From the beginning to the end, Homelin did not remind him to summon the skeleton mages. The skeleton mages had a long range and powerful magic, making them a great counter to aerial classes. Ron also knew this, but he was too nervous during the battle to remember it. A large amount of soul power crazily surged, and black chi filled the air. At this time, Ron's eyes were suffused with a green light. This was the sign of an extremely abundant soul power. Ron raised his bone staff and chanted in a low voice. A string of cryptic incantations flew out from his mouth. Come out, skeleton magician. Use your powerful magic and give the enemy a hard-to-heal wound. Black soul power danced, and a powerful force suppressed the space. Even the space became distorted. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 skeleton magicians appeared in front of Ron. What's this? Kadena tried her best to widen her beautiful eyes. Her long eyelashes flickered, showing a trace of interest in Ron. So powerful! This is the third type of skeleton. It's completely different from the previous two types. The skeleton magicians that Ron summoned this time were wearing tattered magic robes. White bones could be seen under the tattered robes. They held short bone staffs in their hands and stood there in a daze, like soldiers waiting for orders. The first summoned skeleton is the weakest type. They're fast, but their defense is low. The second summoned skeleton is heavily armored. They move slowly, but they're quite resistant. They can even block Big Sister Shea's sword. However, the skeletons summoned this time don't seem to be of much use. Big Sister Shea will definitely win, Kadena thought to herself. In the air, Shea naturally saw this scene. She had a smile on her face. No matter what kind of skeleton you summon, it's useless against me. My silver-winged Pegasus is extremely powerful in aerial combat. You can't fly, so you won't be able to attack me. Unless you're, Shea thought to herself. The skeleton magicians below suddenly move. They raise their heads in unison, their eyes suffused with a faint green light. Target sky. Attack! Ron ordered without hesitation. The skeleton magicians raised the bone staffs in their hands and aimed at Shea in the air. Large amounts of magical elements condensed continuously. In an instant, magic bullets rose into the air. What? Shea and Kadena were stunned. They just realized that Ron didn't summon warriors this time, but magicians. Impossible. How can those skeletons be magicians? Kadena was in disbelief. Whoosh, whoosh. Boom, 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 magic bullets rose into the air one after another. Beautiful fireworks bloomed in the air, and half of the sky turned into a battlefield. Shea in the air was in a miserable state. Magic kept exploding around her. Fireballs and ice bullets kept greeting her body, making her suffer unspeakably. Shea clutched the reins of the silver-winged Pegasus tightly. Her heart was already in turmoil. Ron, what did he do? Summon a magic army? Amazing! Kadena stood up, forgetting herself. This is Fireball spell, Ice Bullet spell, Wind Blade spell, Thunder Arrow. They're all anti-air magic. But these spells don't seem to be of a high level, and their power isn't great either. Shea also noticed this. The skeleton magicians summoned by the opponent could only release low-level magic. Although the scene was spectacular, their power wasn't great. This made her feel a little more at ease. Defensive stance. Shea pulled on the reins and did a beautiful turn in the air. A stream of fire covered her entire body, including her mount, the silver-winged Pegasus. Boom, 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 Shea gritted her teeth. Braving Ron's bombardment of magic, she dove down and engaged in a fierce melee battle with the skeleton magicians. This time, the skeleton magicians' long-range advantage couldn't be exploited. Shea rushed into the group of skeleton magicians, killing them one by one with her sword. It was easier than chopping vegetables. Ron was dumbfounded. Although these skeleton magicians had strong attack power, their defense couldn't even compare to the most basic skeleton warriors. He could only watch as the small team of skeleton magicians he summoned was wiped out by Shea. Damn it! I won't let you have your way. Seeing that there were only 2 or 3 skeleton magicians left, Ron made his move. He steeled his heart and rode the skeleton warrior towards Shea. Holding a long bone spear, he stabbed it at Shea. Shea glanced at Ron. In a flash, the silver-winged Pegasus flapped its wings and rushed into the air again. Damn it! Ron looked at Shea's back and gnashed his teeth. At this moment, he felt the ring in his hand move. A warm current replenished his body. Ron's mind suddenly shook and he became clear-headed. He looked down at the soul ring in his hand and was overjoyed. This soul ring's ability was really too heaven-defying. In the blink of an eye, his soul energy was rapidly recovering. As his strength increased, the soul ring's help to him also increased. The battle continued. Ron and Shea fought for dozens of rounds. Neither side had the upper hand. In terms of strength, Shea, who was also a senior professional, was much stronger than Ron. Shea was at least level 8 warrior, while Ron was only level 2. The difference was very obvious. The reason why Ron had been entangled with Shea until now was inseparable from the combat level of his necromancy magic. Huff, 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 Shea rode the silver-winged Pegasus and stood on the ground, her chest rising and falling rapidly. In reality, she had always had the upper hand. She used the silver-winged Pegasus' aerial advantage to fight guerrilla warfare. Ron couldn't do anything about it, but it also consumed a lot of his strength. Ron was also slightly panting. Only now did he truly understand how powerful Shea was. Before coming, he had always disapproved of Shea's strength. That was because he remembered how Homelin defeated Shea and mistakenly thought that Shea was very weak. But now he understood that Shea's weakness was relative to Homelin. And to himself, Shea was like an unreachable mountain. Ron was lucky to dodge Shea's every attack. There were even a few times when he was almost defeated. This made him put away his contempt for Shea. The place where Ron and Shea fought was a mess. There were traces of destruction everywhere. There were also burning bushes. A few skeleton magicians stood proudly in the midst of the flames, the magic elements on the bone staffs in their hands constantly shining. Sigh, when are they going to stop fighting like this? Kadena had already stood up and anxiously watched everything. With her eyesight, she could naturally see that although Sister Shea had the upper hand in terms of strength, she couldn't do anything to Ron. Shea stared at Ron as if she wanted to kill him, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Ron couldn't help but look back at her weakly. Although the two sides had temporarily stopped fighting, they were both vigilant and unwilling to back down. Shea's heavy breathing gradually slowed down. Ron tightened his grip on the bone staff in his hand. He knew that this was a sign that the opponent was about to attack. At this moment, Shea suddenly smiled at him. She jumped off the silver-winged Pegasus and lightly patted its back. The silver-winged Pegasus emitted a ray of light and disappeared. Ron was stunned. He became even more vigilant. "What do you want?" He glanced at Kadena. "Do you want to come at me together?" He calculated in his mind. Just Shea alone was difficult enough to deal with. If that female magician joined in, he could only turn tail and run. Nothing. Shea smiled and put her one-handed knight sword and shield into her space bag. "I suddenly don't feel like fighting anymore." Ron's eyes widened. "Don't feel like fighting anymore? Why?" Beside him, Kadena also revealed a puzzled expression. Chapter 99. Ron widened his eyes in shock. In that instant, he felt insulted. "What did you say?" Shea said calmly, "That's right. You've become weaker. I've lost interest in you, so I've lost the meaning of challenging you. So I'm not going to fight anymore." Ron understood in his heart that he was indeed no match for Shea. Since the start of the battle, she had always been the one who had the upper hand. She was also the one who had been taking the initiative. Ron could only respond passively and bitterly hold on. Moreover, he did not know how long he could hold on. Kadena blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at Shea in confusion. She thought, Ron is very strong. It would be very difficult for Sister Shea to defeat him. Why would she say that? Could it be that this Ron was stronger in the past? Even Sister Shea can't deal with him? Ron sighed. He naturally understood what Shea meant when she said he had become weaker. The one who had fought with Shea previously was not him, but his mentor Homelin. Shea had always been chasing after Homelin's shadow. Even though Ron's strength had improved a lot compared to the past, his strength was still not enough to gain Shea's recognition. As expected of a pornographic novel, Ye continued, I feel that the threat you give me is not as strong as before. I don't know if it's just my imagination. Now that you're standing in front of me, I don't feel even the slightest bit of fear. She shook her head. You're still the same person, but the difference in strength is too great. By the way, where's the Black Knight that you summoned? Ron was silent. He could not tell her about the existence of Homelin's grandfather. As for the Black Knight with his strength, he still could not summon it. Shea did not blame him. She shook her head. After seeing your strength, I've lost interest in challenging you. Even if I defeat you, it doesn't make me feel like I've washed away the shame. She waved her hand. That's it. If you become stronger in the future, perhaps I will come and find you again. But for now, I don't want to see you, Kadena. Let's go. Shea said. Okay, Sister Shea. Kadena glanced at Ron and watched as Shea left. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the two beauties, one big and one small, drawing out their long silhouettes. Phew! Ron took a deep breath as he watched the two leave. At this time, he turned his head and saw that Merlin's grandfather's soul had come out at some point. Grandpa Homelin. Ron lowered his head in embarrassment. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I couldn't defeat her. Homelin smiled. You've already done very well, Ron. This little girl's strength is much stronger than before. You've only learned necromancy magic for a few months. To be able to fight with her to this extent is already very impressive. Looking at Ron's somewhat defeated expression, Homelin smiled and said earnestly, Ron, don't be anxious. You still have a long way to go to become a powerful person. In the process, the most important thing is to learn patience. Shea and Kadena walked side by side on a tree-lined path in the academy. Although Shea was 2 heads taller than Kadena, the two beauties walking together did not seem out of place. Sister Shea, why did you stop fighting? Kadena was the first to break the silence and asked, Haven't you always wanted to wash away the shame of losing? Shea smiled sweetly and said indifferently, He's indeed very strong, but if I use all my strength, it's more than enough to defeat him. However, I suddenly don't want to fight anymore. There's no meaning in defeating the current him. The current him? Why? Shea muttered to herself for a moment. I don't know why either. I just feel that his strength has decreased greatly. He's not like the person who defeated me before. Kadena was astonished. You mean to say that the person who defeated you was another person? No. Shea shook her head. He was the one who defeated me before. There's no mistake. It's just that his strength has decreased so much that I'm puzzled. Kadena's eyes widened in surprise. So you're saying that he was even stronger before? That's impossible. He looks very young. Yes. Although I don't want to admit it, but that's the truth. Shea nodded her head. But this time when I saw him again, he was struggling under my attacks. I could tell that he had already used all his strength. But half a year ago, he wasn't like this. At that time, his strength was very strong. At the very least, he had surpassed the master level. He could deal with me effortlessly. At that time, I had a feeling that my life and death was in his hands. That kind of fear, even now when I think about it, I still feel fear. Shaya's voice was trembling. That feeling was exactly the same as standing in front of the dean. Kadena was shocked. He's that strong? Shaya nodded her head and said, in order to defeat him, I worked hard on my cultivation. In just half a year, my strength had increased by a lot. When I fought with him again, to be honest, I couldn't help but feel disappointed. Only then did I realize that his strength wasn't worth my effort. Perhaps due to some reason, his strength had decreased by quite a bit. Although this battle was very difficult for me, but I believe that with my strength, I would definitely be able to obtain victory. Shaya smiled as she reached out her hand to brush away the hair on her forehead. But I suddenly felt that there was no meaning in defeating an opponent whose strength had decreased, so I decided to give up, Shaya smiled proudly. Although I don't know why his strength had decreased, but I've been waiting for the day when he regains his strength. At that time, I will personally challenge him and wash away the shame of my defeat. Oh! Kadena nodded her head. She finally understood what Shaya was thinking about. She thought for a while before tilting her head and said, But Sister Shaya, why do I feel that if you continue to fight, your chances of winning aren't very high? What do you mean? Shaya turned around in confusion. I'm not sure, it's just a feeling. Kadena thought for a while and said, In the end, although you're strong, your strength has decreased by a lot. Although Ron's strength is much weaker than yours, his strength is very abundant. It seems like he hasn't used up much of his strength. Shaya turned pale with fright and her eyes widened. There's such a thing? Ron opened the door of room 302 with a heavy heart. The dormitory was very quiet and there was no one around. After the incident in the morning, Kid, Terry, and the others had all gone to class. There's no class this afternoon. Now I can have a good rest. Ron's mood became relaxed. At this time, he was surprised to see something on the table. He walked closer to take a look and saw that it was a bowl of steaming hot noodles. I wonder whose noodles this is, Ron muttered to himself. Only then did he remember that he hadn't eaten anything yet. His stomach was growling with hunger. At this time, Ron was surprised to see a note on the table. He picked it up curiously and saw a line of fine word. Ron, this bowl of noodles is for you. I think you haven't eaten yet. So many things have happened today, I think you're tired. Have a good rest after this bowl of noodles. Aurora, please. Aurora, it's her? Seeing the signature, Ron thought of a familiar face. The image of Aurora standing in front of him with a bow and arrow in her hand was still vivid in his mind. To be honest, Aurora wasn't very beautiful. Her appearance was only average, and her figure wasn't even as good as Manny's. However, her strength was top-notch. If she hadn't injured the tutor and been sent to the trashy room 302 with her strength, she would have been a shining star in any dormitory. Ron was touched. Since it's her idea, I'll eat it. If I don't, it won't be good if she gets angry. Ron sat down and took the spoon, knife, and fork. He picked up the noodles with one hand and stuffed them into his mouth, wolfing them down. He had to admit that Aurora's cooking wasn't bad. At least the food she made wasn't bad. Aurora's bowl of noodles was light and watery. There wasn't even a speck of meat on it. Ron wasn't used to it, but he heard from Fatty Jida that Aurora didn't eat meat. Kacha, the door to room 302 opened. Jida, Lantry, Karachi, and Manny walked in, laughing and talking. Lantry said, "Second fifth brother, come on, let's fight another 300 rounds. This time, I'll make you lose so badly that you lose your pants." As soon as he heard the bet, Jida's eyes lit up. Who's afraid of who? When the time comes, who knows who will lose and have to lose their pants? Jida looked around and saw Ron eating noodles. He greeted him and said, "Hey, Ron, you're back too?" "Yeah. I just came back," Ron said vaguely as he swallowed the last mouthful of noodles. At this time, Jida came over and winked. "By the way, that beauty Shaya didn't make things difficult for you, did she?" Ron stood up, wiped his mouth, and said with a smile, it's nothing. I just talked for a while and came back. She didn't make things difficult for me. Ron didn't want to tell the truth and make his roommates worry. At this time, Karachi said with a smile, Ron, you're really impressive today. You actually attracted the attention of the two bosses in the academy. One of them even took special care of you. Her eyes were filled with envy. Tell me, how did you meet Boss Shea? Took special care? When Ron heard this word, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shea had called him to fight, and it looked like she was going to kill him. Was this considered taking special care? However, he still shrugged his shoulders and said with a laugh, This, I don't know, who are you trying to fool? Karachi sniffed in dissatisfaction and smiled playfully. She grabbed Ron's hand and said coquettishly, Brother Ron, when will you take care of me with Sister Shea? Even if it's just a few words, I won't be bullied in the academy anymore. There are people bullying you in the academy? Ron was a little surprised and widened his eyes. Karachi nodded sadly. She was weak and was looked down upon. Being bullied in the academy was a common occurrence. However, if she had Shea's care, it would be different. No one would dare to bully her. Of course, the premise was that she had to keep a low profile. If she liked to be in the limelight and had no strength, she would be courting death. Ron smiled. This is a bit difficult. Although I know her, I'm not familiar with her. This request, I'm afraid it's difficult to fulfill. How could Karachi not understand the meaning of Ron's excuse? She moved her body closer and started to act coquettishly. She said in a coquettish voice, Okay, Brother Ron, promise me. Karachi hasn't begged you yet. I'll beg you once, just once. Chapter 100. At this time, Manny interrupted with a smile. Ron, just promise Karachi. Boss Shea is willing to stand up for you, which at least proves that she thinks highly of you. If you pull some strings and let Karachi recognize Shea as her sister, no one in Loveax Academy would dare to bully her. This. Ron could not help but hesitate, but when he saw Karachi's pleading eyes, his heart softened. He sighed. Okay, I'll try. If it doesn't work, then don't blame me. Karachi's face was full of smiles. She said excitedly, I knew it. Big Brother Ron is a kind-hearted person. If I tell you, you will definitely help me. Lantry also came over, his eyes filled with gratitude. Ron, thank you. He sighed. Karachi doesn't have a good life in the academy. Many of her classmates bully her. As you know, I'm useless as her brother. There's nothing I can do to help her. Ron could not help but feel sad. He glanced at Karachi, whose eyes had unknowingly overflowed with tears. She clenched her teeth and gently tugged at the corner of Lantry's shirt. Ron sighed in his heart. The world of the weak was indeed pitiful. Those who were not in the lower class naturally would not understand the suffering of the lower class. In the eyes of ordinary people, Karachi, a 14 or 15-year-old girl, was a high and mighty existence. The profession of magician was the dream of many ordinary people. Ron had envied her before, but now it seemed that Karachi, who was an unattainable magician in the eyes of ordinary people, was an extremely lowly existence in the academy where the strong were as common as clouds. She was bullied everywhere. I'll try my best. Ron decided to help her. At this time, Kid came over and smiled mischievously. Brother, tell me the truth. How did you hook up with a beauty like Shea? Boss Shea, She has a great figure and is powerful. I've been following you since before. Just as most people understood, fatties were more or less lecherous, and Jida was no exception. His family was rich, and what he liked the most was to pick up girls. With his easygoing personality and a mouth that could coax people to death, he had already hooked up with countless seniors and juniors. Unfortunately, he did not last long with any of them. The most common sentence from the fat guy's mouth was, F***ck, I'm out of love again. Ron did not know whether to laugh or cry. What was going on? Suddenly, Kid's expression, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Second, fifth brother, what's wrong? Ron. This bowl. Kid pointed at Ron's bowl and couldn't say anything. His voice was trembling. This bowl. What's wrong with this bowl? Ron turned the bowl over and over again, but he could not see anything wrong with it. However, he suddenly realized that everyone's expressions had changed. Ron asked, "What's going on? What's wrong with you guys?" Karachi stuttered, "Brother Ron, did you take the wrong bowl? This bowl is boss's, boss?" Ron thought for a while and realized that she was talking about Aurora. "Oh, it's Aurora's bowl, right?" "Yes." "So what?" Lantry and his sister looked at each other and said guiltily, "Boss Aurora is a bit of a snob. If she finds out that you used her bowl to eat, I'm afraid she'll immediately go crazy." Ron was shocked. "No way. Is it that serious?" "Yes." The four of them nodded in unison. But this was approved by Aurora," Ron said as he passed the note on the table to them. Jida took it and looked at it. His eyes widened and he looked incredulous. This was really written by her?" Ron nodded. "It's her handwriting," Manny said. At this moment, the four of them raised their heads and stared at Ron. Lantry said, "Ron, you're rich." Karachi said, "Yeah. I didn't think that Boss Aurora, who's usually so cold, would actually like you." Jida laughed heartlessly. Could this be the legendary one hug? He was referring to the time when Ron hugged Aurora in front of everyone. Pornographic novel? Is this necessary? Ron was sweating profusely. A promise of love? What was this? Didn't he just use her bowl to eat noodles? He could just wash it clean and return it to her. Of course, Ron didn't have the concept of hygiene. As a little beggar, he naturally wouldn't understand the purity of some people. To him, as long as he could fill his stomach, he didn't care if it was hygienic or not. Manny covered her mouth. "Aurora gave her bowl to you. This is already very obvious," Lantry sighed. "I didn't think that Boss Aurora would like you so quickly. To be honest, you're really lucky." He had always had a crush on Aurora, but he didn't have the courage or the ability to say it out loud. To say the word love, not only did it have to be said, it had to be done, and it also needed the ability. Lantry knew his own limitations. He was too far away from Aurora in terms of ability. He couldn't reach her. Moreover, he didn't think that Aurora was interested in him. He waved his hand generously. "Brother, I won't say anything else. I just want to say that I wish you all the best." Ron didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What do you mean?" "I'm back." Just as they were talking, the door to room 302 opened. Aurora walked in with a smile on her face. She was humming an unknown tune. "You're all here. Why are you all so obedient today? You came back right after school? Ron, you're back too?" She was surprised to see that Ron was unharmed. "What's wrong? Ron, did that woman make things difficult for you? You don't look like you're hurt." Ron was a little touched. "It's nothing. I just wanted to talk to her about something. There's no fighting or killing, as if." Ron thought to himself, but he didn't say the second half of the sentence. "Oh, so that's what happened." Aurora nodded. She looked at everyone who was stunned. Then, her gaze fell on the empty bowl on the table. She said happily, "Ron, you finished the noodles I made?" Ron nodded and said embarrassedly, "Sorry, I didn't know it was your bowl." "It's okay." Aurora was a little embarrassed. She blushed. Of course, she did it on purpose. Otherwise, who would dare to touch her bowl in room 302? She was very powerful when she was angry. Jida, Lantry, Karachi, Manny, and the others had never seen Aurora so bashful before. They were all stunned. Jida pulled the fat on his face until it hurt. "I say, are we dreaming? How did Boss Aurora, who has always been strong, become like this?" Manny was also stunned. "She does look like her." Aurora's face turned serious. "What are you all talking about? Get the hell back to your rooms." Yes, since the boss had spoken, no one in room 302 dared to disobey. All of them returned to their respective dorms dejectedly. Among them, Kid was still loyal. He mouthed something, and Ron understood it. It meant that the boss was angry and Ron was on his own. Aurora chased them back to their rooms. Only Ron and Aurora were left in the common hall. The two of them looked at each other and lowered their heads. The atmosphere was a little awkward. After a long time, Aurora laughed. "You're nervous. What are you afraid of?" Ron thought for a moment. "Nothing. They described you as scary." "I'm just a little nervous." Aurora leaned closer to Ron and said with a smile, "So, you're afraid of me?" "I used to be." Ron nodded honestly. "But I'm not anymore." Aurora asked, "Why?" Ron smiled. "Because I ate your noodles." Heifels was pacing back and forth in a leisure hall in a high-class apartment in the Balavax Academy. His beautiful wife, the senior priest Mesoya, sat beside Heifels quietly. Her eyes were cold and arrogant. "Brother, I can't just let it go. Ron is too despicable." Heifels's younger brother, Heifels, said indignantly. He was not injured, and after Mesoya's treatment, he immediately recovered. Now, he was alive and kicking. The first thing he wanted was to take revenge on Ron. Humph! Heifeld glared at his younger brother in dissatisfaction. He was angry at his younger brother's incompetence. He had actually lost to a mere necromancer. This news had already spread, and many people were laughing their heads off. "Revenge, revenge. Do you think I don't want revenge?" Heifels raised his voice an octave. "But do you know who jumped out to protect this kid today?" "Who?" Firth's eyes widened. He had just woken up and had not heard of this. "Shea," Heifels said coldly. "Shea?" Firth's eyes widened in shock when he heard this name. He was no stranger to Shea, the most popular person in the academy and one of the top 10 beauties in the academy. Firth's body trembled. He was someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. It was because of his brother Heifels's prestige that he dared to act like a tyrant in the academy. "Big brother, this Shea." Firth's confidence was shaky. "Humph." Heifels glared at him. "Don't worry. With me here, Shea won't dare to touch you. As for Ron..." Heifels muttered to himself as he fell into deep thought. After a while, he raised his head with an ominous glint in his eyes. "As for Ron, I definitely won't let him off, but now is not the time." Hearing that his brother would not ignore this matter, Firth's relief was obvious. He immediately asked, "Then when is the time?" Chapter 101. After the incident with High Firth, Ron's life quickly became peaceful, but this peace was brought about by Shea. In the academy, basically everyone knew that Boss Shea of the senior elite class had stood up for Ron and clashed with Heifels. In the end, Shea's side had won, and Heifels had retreated in the face of difficulties, becoming the laughingstock of the entire academy. But what was surprising was that Ron's popularity had also risen. Almost all the freshmen in the school knew him. Many of them smiled knowingly when they saw his unique and beautiful necromancer robe. "Hello, Ron." A new student greeted Ron on the way to the library, his smile full of flattery. "Hello." Ron smiled and nodded. This kind of thing happened every day, and it made him feel somewhat helpless and uneasy. He was originally just an ordinary student, and his profession was the trashiest necromancer. People like him should have been forgotten in a corner of the academy, but he had inadvertently become the focus of everyone's attention. Stepping into the most ancient and magnificent building in the academy, Balarax Academy Comprehensive Library, Ron couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion when he saw the golden words. As long as he didn't have classes, he would always appear here and stay for a few hours, eagerly reading the books here. The Balarax Academy's library had some history, and its collection was extremely rich. It was said that even the Roland Empire's Imperial Library couldn't compare. Rows of hardcover books filled the shelves, and it was an eye-opener for Ron. There were all kinds of books here, covering all kinds of professions and races. Even long-lost professions and races had appeared on the shelves, becoming beautiful legends. Compared to other places, the Ballarak's Academy's magic collection was the most abundant. There were different interpretations of the same type of magic, and they explored the mysteries of magic from different angles. For example, how to master the fire element, 100 questions on water magic, and so on. Even the manuscripts and notes of famous magicians could be found here. It could be said that this was the richest magic treasury in the entire continent. Student ID. Ron had just stepped into the library's second floor when a serious-looking old man stopped him. The management of the library was extremely strict, and all students who borrowed and returned books had to register. Some books couldn't even be taken away, and could only be read here. Ron stood still, took out his student ID card from his space bag, and handed it over obediently. The old man from the academy casually glanced at it. Necromancer, Ron. He muttered a few words and returned the student ID to Ron. He even looked at him curiously. After all, there weren't many people studying necromancy nowadays, and no fool would pay such a high tuition fee to study necromancy here. Ron took it with a smile and walked in. Looking at the neat rows of books, he was stunned. He didn't know which one to take. Let's read books on knights today. At this time, Homelin spoke. You've already read a lot of books on magic in the past few days. Homelin required Ron to read extensively. In addition to studying necromancy, he also needed to grasp the basic information of various professions. He needed to know how they cultivated, what their cultivation methods were, and how this profession gradually evolved in the long river of history. In Homelin's eyes, this was all knowledge that he had to understand. An attitude that didn't seek a thorough understanding of learning was absolutely unacceptable. Yes, Grandpa Homelin. Ron responded and reached out to take a book called Overview of Knights. As soon as he opened it, he was attracted by the content. He stood motionless and read with great interest. He stood like this for an unknown period of time. He didn't know that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from behind, but he was completely unaware. Shea and Kadena hid behind rows of bookshelves, secretly watching Ron. Isn't that Ron? Noises were not allowed in the library, nor were they allowed to speak loudly. The blue-haired Kadena could only point at Ron's back as she spoke to Shea. Shea frowned slightly and faintly said, "Oh," and didn't say anything else. Kadena smiled. "Sister Shea, it seems that Ron is very popular now. Have you heard? He's been selected as one of the top 10 influential freshmen." Top 10 influential freshmen? Hearing this, Shea couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. With his strength, he deserves it. As for the other 9, they are all people who can't be brought to the stage. In terms of strength, they are too far apart from him. Heh heh. That's true. Kadena smiled lightly. If we're talking about Ron's strength, it's really shocking. I never thought that a necromancer's strength could be so strong. I really don't know how he cultivates. I dare say that other than us, many people in the academy don't know about pornographic novels. I really want to see their faces when they find out about Ron's true strength. Shea's face revealed a smile. He does have a lot of secrets on him. For example, his powerful necromancy magic is different from the necromancers that we know. In addition, his strength suddenly declined, which also makes me very puzzled. You don't want to find out about his secrets? Kadena's face revealed a sly smile. Her gaze towards Ron was also full of interest. Shea smiled and tapped her forehead. If you want to go, then go. Everyone has their own secrets. I'm not interested in finding out. Besides, he's not anyone to me. Kadena smiled. You still say you're not anyone to me. Do you know? The rumors in the academy are getting more and more powerful. Shea's face reddened. She naturally knew that the matter back then had spread all over the city. Even she herself didn't know why she had stood up at that time. She hurriedly asked, "What are they talking about?" "Everything." Kadena pursed her lips and smiled. "There are even rumors that you've fallen in love with him." "Impossible." Shea vehemently denied it. However, she couldn't justify her actions back then. "I only wanted to take revenge on him." "Oh." Kadena deliberately dragged out her voice and looked meaningfully at Shea. "Now, it's because of this matter that he's extremely popular among the new students." "Wow, you're making fun of me." Shea blushed and reached out to tickle Kadena. Kadena smiled and dodged. The library corridor was filled with the crisp laughter of the two beauties. "Quiet!" At this time, a dignified voice came from afar. An old man stared at the two of them and solemnly said, "No noise in the library, sorry." Shea and Kadena stuck out their tongues and made a face. The old man shook his head and left. Ron was immersed in the sea of knowledge and didn't look back. Naturally, he didn't notice them. Although Hamelin noticed, he was too lazy to remind Ron. Until the sun set in the west, the old man in charge of the library reminded him several times. Only then did Ron reluctantly put down the book in his hand and walked out of the library door. On the way back to dorm 302, the new students greeted him as usual. Ron only nodded indifferently. He was already numb to it. "Our boss Ron is a genuine powerhouse." He shouted loudly and waved the bone staff in his hand. He tripped Firth to the ground. Gid stood up proudly and imitated Ron. He held a dagger in his hand and snorted, Firth, you lost." Around Fatty Gid, a group of freshmen were intoxicated by his words. When Ron walked into the dormitory, he happened to see this scene. "Second, fifth brother, what are you guys doing?" Ron asked curiously. Boss Ron, you're back, Boss Ron." All the new students in the room stood up with fervent expressions on their faces. In their eyes, Necromancer Ron was an important person that Boss Shea took care of. Naturally, they had to curry favor with him. Otherwise, if they offended Boss Shea, they wouldn't be able to stay in the Balarax Academy. Ron frowned. "I've said it many times. I'm just an ordinary student. I don't want to be some boss." Saying this, he glanced at Gid. "Second, fifth brother, are you telling stories again?" Gid laughed mischievously. "I'm telling you about Boss Ron's glorious deeds." Ron sweated profusely. He thought to himself, "Even if you want to tell me something, don't exaggerate it too much." He frowned and said, "I'm a little tired today. You guys." He was about to ask the people in the room to leave, but he didn't know what to say. But Kid smiled and said, "Boss Ron needs to rest. You guys can leave now." It had to be said that although the fatty's strength wasn't much, his charisma was top-notch. After hearing this, the new students all left. "Second, fifth brother, I've already said that I don't want to be some boss. Besides, I don't have the ability or strength to do so. If a new student like me is called boss, I'll be laughed at. It'll be troublesome if others don't like me." The fatty sat down on the sofa and crossed his legs. He smiled disapprovingly. "Ron, you're too careful. What's wrong with being a boss? You can call the wind and summon the rain in the academy. You'll have a lot of underlings following you. Even when you go to the toilet, there will be people guarding you. How impressive is that?" Ron thought for a moment. "It's good, but I'm worried about my strength. There are so many strong people in the academy. Wouldn't I be courting death if I stood out?" Ever since he lost to Shea, Ron knew his own strength. Compared to other strong people, Ron's strength was far too lacking. "What's there to worry about?" The fatty waved his hand and interrupted Ron's words. He continued, "I know that you're not strong enough, Ron. But don't worry. Don't you have Boss Shea backing you? Even Heifels can't touch you. There aren't many people in the academy who would dare to touch you." But Ron still wanted to say something. However, he was interrupted by the fatty again. He smiled mysteriously. "Ron, do you know why you want to be the boss? Why are some of the new students willing to admit that you're the boss?" Ron was stunned and shook his head. Chapter 102. Inside an ordinary classroom in the Ballarak's Academy. Boom, 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 pornographic novels. Dazzling lights were emitted from the classroom, accompanied by intense explosions. After a long time, the explosions finally stopped. The classroom was a mess. The walls were scorched black, as if they had been burned by fire. The desks in the classroom had fallen to the ground, and some small flames had not yet been extinguished, barely burning. The entire classroom looked as if it had gone through a great battle. In the middle of the classroom stood a group of students. There were about 10 of them, and they were all seniors. The leader was Fresno. In front of them lay a large group of freshmen. They were covered in wounds after the great battle, and they were weakly groaning on the ground. "These freshmen are so weak that it's pitiful," a senior standing beside Fresno said with a smile. "With such strength, they actually dare to fight us. They really don't know what's good for them, don't you think so, Boss Fresno?" The senior pointed at the freshman on the ground and said to Fresno. Fresno was submissive in front of Heifels, but in front of the other seniors, he was awe-inspiring. Strength, that's right. Only strength could obtain respect. Fresno's strength could not compare to Heifels, but in front of the other seniors, he was a first-class powerhouse. His strength was at least at the advanced stage 4 realm. Fresno chuckled and put his magic staff back into his spatial bag. He said with a smile, "Not bad. It looks like this year's newcomer king, the Tajik brothers, is only SOSO. This kind of strength is really disappointing. It looks like the rumors can't be trusted." The 2 freshmen lying on the ground were Tajik and Tanak. They were both mages. The eldest Tajik was a water mage, while the second Tanak was a fire mage. Their strength had reached the first stage of the advanced magician realm. Among the freshmen, they could be considered to be among the strongest. The Tajik brothers had a very high prestige among the freshmen. They quickly gathered a group of people and became the boss themselves. Even the seniors did not respect them. Because they had the strength of a senior, ordinary seniors were not their opponents. It should be known that the strength of most of the seniors was at the intermediate level. There were relatively few seniors who had the strength of a senior like Shea and Heifels, who were at the peak of a senior, were even rarer. The Tajik brothers were lying on the cold ground. Their faces were swollen like pig heads, and they groaned from time to time. It seemed that they had been badly beaten. A senior student approached Tajik with a smile and kicked him. Get up, get up. Aren't you brothers the best at fighting? Why are you lying on your stomach like a dog?" As he spoke, he grabbed Tajik's hair and lifted him up. He laughed and said, "Hey Tajik, I haven't done anything yet." "You just collapsed. How boring." That senior student was at the peak of an intermediate level. He was far weaker than the Tajik brothers. If he were to face the Tajik brothers alone, he would probably wet his pants. However, with Fresno around, he immediately took advantage of the situation. Tajik's pig-like face was full of bruises. He forced his eyes open. This group of people had asked them to submit to the senior Heifels the moment they arrived, and from then on, they would listen to their orders. The unruly Tajik brothers naturally did not comply. They started fighting without saying a word. Although there were more than 100 freshmen, most of them were at the level of a novice. A few of them were at the beginner level. They were no match for a group of seniors who were at least at the intermediate level. They were quickly beaten into a mess. Although the Tajik brothers were strong, they were helpless against the stronger and more experienced Fresno. They were quickly defeated. Their magic was exhausted, and they were beaten into a pulp. This group of people was very heavy-handed, and all the freshmen were seriously injured. Looking at the senior student, Tajik's eyes were bloodshot. Fresno coughed and quickly admitted defeat. His skills were inferior, so what else could he say? He groaned and stuttered, You, what do you want? What do we want? Fresno smiled. Our boss Hefels wants to unify the Balarax Academy and become the boss of the entire Balarax Academy. Those who do not submit will end up like you, becoming boss Hefels' stepping stones." Tajik laughed with difficulty. "So it's Hefels. We brothers admit that we are no match for him, but he wants to be the Academy's boss in his dreams." Frezino's face darkened. "Boss's strength is not something you can talk about. Tell me frankly, what is your choice? Do you submit or not?" F***ck. Tajik's younger brother, Tajik, crawled up and spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. He cursed, "Frezino, so what if we don't submit? Beat us to death if you dare." The senior beside Frezino was enraged. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As he spoke, his fist glowed with aqua-blue ripples. He was about to punch out. "Stop," Frezino stopped him and smiled. "Stop fighting. If you continue, they will really die. We are students of the Academy. We can fight, but we can't kill." The senior student resentfully stopped his hand. Frezino glanced at Tajik and smiled faintly. "Brother Tajik, since you don't submit, I have nothing to say. I hope you know what's best for you." Tajik's heart sank when he heard that. He understood the meaning of "know what's best for you." This did not mean that this group of people would let them go, but that they would come back after their injuries were healed. They would beat them until they submitted and acknowledged Hefels as their boss. Frezino smiled and walked closer. He squatted down and lifted Tajik's chin with one hand. "Tajik, you are a smart person. You should know what to choose. Let's go." Frezino stood up and looked back at the people in the room with disdain. He turned and left. "Boss Tajik, this group of people is too abominable. We definitely can't submit to them." A freshman got up and wiped the blood off his face full of anger. "That's right, brother. If we really submit to them, I won't be able to take it lying down." The younger brother, Tajik, sat up and was indignant. They were twins and looked very similar. "Sigh." Tajik sighed, his sigh full of helplessness towards his own strength. They had always been shrouded in the halo of geniuses in their family. They had become adept mages at the age of 17, but there were too many such geniuses in the Balarax Academy. He shook his head. "Tajik, it's useless. They will keep coming and beating us until we submit." These words caused all the new students to fall silent. That's right, without strength, one would only be bullied by others. Although they wouldn't kill, how could the new students here endure this kind of physical pain? Moreover, this was a double humiliation, physical and psychological. Again and again, the strong sense of failure would cause these freshmen to fall into depression. Does the Academy not care about this?" a freshman timidly asked. Tajik shook his head. "As far as I know, as long as they don't kill people, the Academy doesn't care. They even connive at the students fighting each other." Tajik was stunned. "So, unless our strength increases greatly, we have no choice?" "Yes," Tajik said resolutely. He lightly spat out, "Transfer." "Transfer?" Tajik smiled. "Transfer to where? Soaring Dragon Academy? Isn't that the same?" Tajik buried his head between his knees. "Let the priests treat the injured brothers first. I'll think about the rest carefully." From that day onwards, the Balarax Academy, which had been peaceful for a long time, was once again in turmoil. Sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere in the academy. Heifeld had begun to move, and his naked ambitions were exposed to all the students. It wasn't only the freshmen who were beaten. Some of the older students couldn't stand it either. They were all bosses who dominated a region. Senior Kimmy was seriously injured. He's currently being treated in the Academy's treatment room. Senior Etwies was seriously injured. I heard that Hefels personally took action. What's that? He was beaten half to death by Frezino. Everyone in the Academy was in a state of panic. Whether it was the older students or the freshmen, They were all worried that Heffel's men would appear in front of them at any time and force them to submit. If they said no, they would immediately start fighting. Many of the freshmen had no choice, and the wiser older students tactfully made the right choice. Godeli strolled along the tree-lined path of the Ballarak's Academy. She had a magic book under her arm that she had borrowed from the Academy's library. She was excitedly rushing back. "You're Godeli, right?" At this moment, an unfriendly voice appeared and stopped her. It was a girl with fiery red hair. In addition to her, there were a few people who looked like seniors surrounding her in a semicircle. Godeli became vigilant. She took a step back and asked, "Who are you?" The girl with fiery red hair sized Godeli up and smiled proudly. "You're only 13 years old, yet you're already so seductive. Looks like you're the real deal." "I'm Charlotte," the red-haired girl said. "What do you want?" Charlotte had long been unhappy with Godeli. She knew that High Firth liked Godeli very much and had come to cause trouble. She smiled and reprimanded, "Godeli, how dare you snatch High Firth from me? Seniors, give her a good beating and help me vent my anger." "Okay." A few older girls who didn't look very good rolled up their sleeves. Their bodies emitted all kinds of elemental power. They had different professions, such as warriors, mages, thieves, and so on. Charlotte gave the order and approached murderously. Chapter 103. The forest behind the Ballarak's Academy was the best place for couples to meet. Fatty Gid was naturally no stranger to this place. He was known as the love saint in room 302, and he had used his eloquence and superb seduction skills to win over countless girls. However, it was a pity that every girl that he had won over had left him in the end. Room 302 heard Gid say the most, "F***ck, I'm out of love again." In the end, he would drown his sorrows in alcohol and pass out drunk. However, when he woke up the next day, Gid had returned to his cheerful personality, and he would smile at everyone he saw. "Senior. Senior, don't." The sound of crickets could be heard from the forest, followed by the shy voice of a girl. Fatty was panting heavily, and his pair of chubby hands desperately reached into the girl's magic robe. As the saying went, 9 out of 10 fatties were lustful, and this was indeed true. The girl desperately tried to stop Fatty's restless hands, and from time to time, she would let out a faint moan. That girl's looks could only be considered average in the Ballarak's Academy, where beauties were as common as clouds. However, she gave off the vibe of a pretty girl from a humble family, and she was like a good wife and mother type. A few days after school started, she was mesmerized by Fatty's flowery words and silver bullets. She quickly fell in love and followed him to this little forest. The afternoon sun was not blazing hot, and it shone faintly on the ground, making the little forest seem especially quiet. At this moment, an untimely voice interrupted the two of them. "Yo, hee Fatty, so you were hiding here? You made me look for you, Fatty was shocked. He turned around and immediately saw a familiar face. His eyes suddenly widened. Firth High. The person who had come was Firth High, and there were more than 10 people with him. Most of them were new students, and only one of them was a senior. Firth High had a half-smile on his face. He glanced at the girl next to him, whose face was flushed red. "Looks like we came at the wrong time. However, Fatty, I didn't expect you to fall for such trash. I really have to hand it to you." Gid's face darkened. "Firth High, you can insult me, but you can't insult my girlfriend. F***ck. Firth High cursed, and arrogantly stuck out his middle finger. F***ck, so what if I insult you? Do you think I won't F***ck your girl in front of everyone?" The students who came with Firth High seemed to have heard an order, and they closed in on Fatty. A formless murderous aura enveloped him. Everyone formed a semicircle and surrounded the Fatty. One of the seniors stood behind Jida, completely blocking Jida's escape route. How could the little girl withstand this provocation? She started to cry, feeling wronged. Jida's heart sank. Although fighting was a common occurrence in the academy, it was the first time he had been besieged by so many people. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Kid's attitude took a 180-degree turn. He quickly put on a smiling face. Ah, hee, so it's the new boss Highfield. How about it? How? To Gid too? If I have offended you in the past, I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive me. As soon as these words came out, Highfirth's face was filled with a complacent expression. Even the people around him were smiling. The little girl who came with Jida was shocked. She looked at the fatty senior's groveling appearance, and a trace of disappointment flashed through her eyes. When she was dating the fatty bragged about his strength to the heavens. She listened to one exciting adventure story after another, and she was intoxicated. In her simple and pure mind, Jida was already a great hero. Highfirth laughed, hee. Weren't you the most arrogant one that day? You even dare to talk back to my big brother? It's nothing. The fatty was all smiles, and there wasn't a trace of anger on his face. That day was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Boss Highfirth isn't such a petty person. How could he take such a small misunderstanding to heart? Ha ha. Highfirth and the others burst into laughter. Highfirth was laughing so hard that tears flowed out of his eyes. The girl beside him looked on with fire in her eyes. She only felt deeply humiliated. Not bad, well said. That day was indeed a misunderstanding. Highfirth patted the fatty's shoulder with a smile. How could I take such a small matter to heart? The fatty also smiled and gave him a thumbs up. He clicked his tongue and praised. Everyone says that Highfirth will be the next boss of the academy. I didn't think so at first, but now, the more I look at it, the more I think so, ha ha. Highfirth laughed even more happily. Good fatty. I'm starting to admire you now. However, because of the incident with your roommate, Ron, I'm still angry. What do you think I should do? The fatty cursed in his heart when he heard this. The one who stood up for Ron that day was Boss Shea. If you want to vent your anger, why don't you look for her? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Although the fatty cursed Jida a few hundred times in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He continued to smile and said, Boss Highfirth, this is Ron's pornographic novel. He was wrong. I, fatty, will apologize on his behalf. As for venting your anger, you can do whatever you want. The fatty's mind raced. He thought that he should coax him first and get away as soon as possible. When he found Aurora later, Highfirth wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Good. Very good. I like people who are straightforward the most. Highfirth also smiled. He spread his legs and pointed to his crotch. Crawl through here and we'll call it even. From now on, I won't bother you guys anymore. The fatty's expression stiffened. That's it. That's it. Highfirth smiled and nodded. He knew the fatty's strength like the back of his hand. After being in the academy for a few years, he was only at the level of an apprentice. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all. Anyone here could beat him up in a one-on-one fight. He thought for a moment and added, There's one more thing. Let your girls kneel down and take turns blowing the horn for us. After we're done, you'll naturally be fine. Ha ha. The others laughed arrogantly and looked at the fatty with a mocking expression. One of them had a bewitched expression on her face. The girl was so scared that her face turned pale. She bit her lips and grabbed the fatty's sleeve. She looked at him with a pleading expression. The fatty acted as if he didn't see it. His eyes narrowed. Highfirth, are you playing with me? We're the same. Highfirth smiled. Aren't you the same? The fatty's face suddenly turned purple. Suddenly he roared, F***ck your grandmother. Then he waved his fist and pounced toward Highfirth. Humph, courting death. Highfirth coldly snorted. His fists flashed as he punched the fatty's belly. Boom! The fatty was in so much pain that he squatted down. He painfully clutched his stomach and looked up. His red eyes were filled with an ominous glint. Senior, what's wrong with you? The fatty's girlfriend quickly supported him. Beat him. For some reason, High Firth felt a burst of fear when the fatty stared at him. In order to dispel this uncomfortable feeling, he immediately gave the order to beat him up. The wolf-like freshmen suddenly pounced on the fatty and threw their fists at him. The fatty's 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. He was quickly beaten to the ground. The freshmen were still not satisfied. They desperately kicked him, making thumping sounds. These freshmen didn't know how to control their strength. Even though their opponent was already on the ground, they still used their do-chi to kick him. The sound of bones breaking was heard. You, don't hit. The little girl was already frightened. She was an obedient girl since she was young. She had never seen such a scene. She ran up and pulled those people away. Get lost. A swordsman waved his hand and threw the weak little girl to the ground. Soon, the fatty was lying motionless. His face was swollen like a pig's head. There were bruises everywhere. The corner of his mouth and the corner of his eyes were full of blood. He looked like he was on his last breath. Help him up. A cruel smile appeared on High Firth's face. He touched the fatty because of his big brother, Hefels. He wasn't clear about the relationship between Ron and Shea. He was afraid that if he touched him, he would anger Shea. Therefore, he chose to make a move on the people around Ron. He wanted to test them. The first person he dealt with was the fatty, who usually showed mercy everywhere in the academy. The freshman held the fatty's hand and helped him up. They brought him in front of High Firth. Yo, how could you beat him up like this? High Firth pretended to be heartbroken and said, You guys are really king heavy-handed. How about it? I'm asking you if you regret it? High Firth proudly smiled and said, You already knew that I was going to find trouble with you. Why didn't you choose to hide in your pants? Wouldn't you have avoided this bit of physical pain? The fatty's eyes were tightly shut. His breathing also became weak. It looked like he was only left with exhaling air. There were traces of blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth and dripping to the ground drop by drop. Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't play dead. High Firth laughed. He stretched out a hand and slapped the fatty's face. Roar. Just when High Firth was beside himself with joy, the fatty suddenly opened his eyes. With a roar, he suddenly broke free from the restraints of those few people and pounced towards High Firth. Those few people were not prepared and were suddenly freed. High Firth was stunned. He saw the fatty's 200-pound body suddenly pressing down on him. Go to hell. The fatty waved his fist and hit half of High Firth's cheek. High Firth did not expect this unforeseen event and was caught off guard. Half of his face swelled up. Bang, bang, bang. The fatty's punches were extremely fast. He seized the opportunity to hit High Firth several times. You're courting death. Highfield was both shocked and enraged that he had failed miserably. He circulated his chi and punched Fatty to the ground. The fatty was like a warrior. Just as he fell, he suddenly got up and pounced with all his might. His ferociousness made those few freshmen feel a chill in their hearts. Ouch! High Firth's arm was bitten by him. Blood seeped out. Seeing the fatty's blood-red eyes, his heart suddenly trembled. He suddenly shook his body and used his do-chi to shake off the fatty. Then, he kicked out. Dong! The fatty was kicked to the ground with his mouth full of mud. Chapter 104. The fatty fell to the ground as if he was dead. High Firth and the others spat a few mouthfuls of saliva on his body and then swaggered off, leaving behind the frightened little girl. After a long time, the little girl finally recovered from her fear. She stretched her neck and shouted, "Save! Save him!" In another mountain behind the academy, Ron was sitting cross-legged on the ground in a large bluestone. His eyes were tightly closed as he entered a state of cultivation. Dark black soul force constantly twined around his body and gradually condensed into a small black ball. The small black ball constantly expanded and contracted in Ron's palm. Ron's soul force was growing little by little, although it was extremely slow. After a long time, the small black ball gradually shrank and turned into a small ball. Finally, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Ron opened his eyes and let out a long breath. My soul force has increased again, but I don't know why it's growing so slowly. If it continues like this, I don't know when I'll be able to break through to the master level. Breaking through to the master level and becoming an archmage necromancer had always been Ron's goal. According to Hamelin, necromancers would truly transform after becoming a master-level necromancer. Their strength would increase exponentially. It was simply incomparable to when they were at the warrior level. However, what was the key to breaking through to the master level? Ron pondered. Grandpa Hamelin didn't say anything about this. He changed his mind. Grandpa Hamelin is already asleep. I think I shouldn't disturb him. Ever since that small disturbance, Hamelin once again fell into a deep sleep in order to not affect Ron's cultivation. This time, Hamelin was the one who took the initiative. He once said that a child under the protection of his parents would never be able to truly grow. Ron had always engraved these words in his heart. From now on, he would have to rely on himself for everything. Necromancer is a class that is weak in the early stages, but powerful in the later stages. I wonder when I'll be able to become an archmage of necromancers. I'm really looking forward to it. Ron couldn't help but daydream when he thought of archmage of necromancers. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. Strength can't be rushed. Ron took a deep breath, stood up and prepared to go back. At this time, his stomach was rumbling with hunger. When he returned to room 302, a large group of people surrounded him from afar. They were all freshmen. When they saw Ron, they greeted him and consciously made way for him. Ron frowned. What happened? Why are there so many people here? When those people heard this, they fell silent. You look at me, I look at you. No one dared to be the first to speak. Finally, one of the freshmen whispered to him, Ron, second fifth brother was beaten up. What? Ron couldn't suppress the shock on his face. He widened his eyes and looked at that person. His face was filled with killing intent. He said in a deep voice, Who beat him up? That freshman felt his hair stand on end under Ron's stare. I don't dare to say, hurry up and say it. Ron roared. He grabbed that freshman's collar. That freshman was frightened. I'll say it. It was Firth C. Ron's eyes flashed with killing intent. He pushed that freshman and rushed upstairs. Ron pushed open the door of room 302 with a bang and walked straight into Fatty's room. The bed in Fatty's room was already crowded with people. When they saw him walk in, everyone turned their heads. Among them were Aurora, Lantry, Karachi, Manny, and the others. Other than that, there were other students. Although Fatty's strength wasn't much, he was very popular. After the incident, many people came to visit him. Second fifth brother. Ron finally saw Jida lying on the bed. Jida's eyes were closed, and his body was covered in wounds. He looked miserable. His fat face was covered in bruises, and it was hard to tell what he looked like before. Firth. Ron's eyes were about to spit fire. He gritted his teeth and said the name word by word. Fatty was usually kind to others. He was generous and charitable. He was good at making friends with all kinds of people. He had a wide network in the academy. Who would have thought that he would be beaten up? Ron, calm down. Aurora stood up and said, Anger won't solve the problem. The most important thing now is to heal Fatty. Yes, anger won't solve the problem. Ron took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. When it came to healing, it would be best to find Priest Rum. But where was Rum? Ron looked around, but there was no trace of Priest Rum. Aurora seemed to have read his mind and said, "I've already sent someone to inform Rum. He just went to class and is rushing back now. Speak of the devil." The door was pushed open again. Rum ran in, panting. As soon as he entered, he asked, "I heard that something happened to second fifth brother. Where is second fifth brother?" "He's here," Ron and Aurora said in unison. After that, they looked at each other strangely. Rum didn't care about pleasantries. He quickly pushed the crowd aside and walked quickly to Jeda's bed. He took a look and frowned. "How is it? Can you wake him up?" Ron asked nervously. "It's okay. If it was any later, it would be troublesome. Even if he was cured, there would be consequences." Rum thought for a moment and said, "I need a quiet environment." Aurora nodded. She politely asked the irrelevant people in room 302 to leave and closed the door. The whole room immediately quieted down. Rum took a deep breath, took out the priest's scepter from his space bag, and began to chant. "Great and correct God of Guangming, please bestow holy power. Your devout people need your help." As he chanted, a holy white light appeared and circled around the dark blue priest's scepter. Rum's hand gradually rose. It was as soft as the wind, carrying the holy white light. Suddenly, Lansom's hand came down and he shouted in a heavy voice, "Healing spell." At the same time, Fatty's body emitted a white light. The milky white light began to heal Fatty's injured body. The soft wind was like spring. The wounds on Fatty's body no longer bled, and they began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The open wounds gradually healed, and the swollen areas slowly subsided. After a while, Fatty was as good as new, except for the pornographic novels. Apart from the bloodstains on his face, there was not a trace of injury on his body. Even though he was unconscious, Fatty's face showed a comfortable smile. He fell into a deep sleep and snored softly. "It's done." The white light disappeared. Rum opened his eyes and looked at his masterpiece with a satisfied smile. Lantry gave him a thumbs up and praised, "That's amazing, not bad." "It's much better than the priest I know," Manny said with a smile. "It's good to have a priest storm." Ron nodded in agreement. Lantry and the others looked at Lantry with admiration, which made Lantry feel embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "It's not a problem to heal peacefully like this, but it's hard to say in a tense battle. During the battle, I often can't even use my healing skills. It was because of this that Dorm 302 got a priest for free. If Rum was a qualified priest, he wouldn't have been given to Dorm 302. Ron comforted him, "It's okay. It's all because you're too nervous. You can't use what you've learned. I've encountered this before. It'll be fine as long as I practice more." Rum sighed. "I've been practicing very hard, but when it comes to tense moments, my mind goes blank and I can't think of anything." Ron nodded. This was a psychological problem, and no one could think of a solution in a short time. "Why hasn't Fatty woken up yet?" Aurora asked with a frown. "It's like this," Rum explained. "Fatty fainted because he was injured too badly. Although he's recovered now, he hasn't woken up yet. He'll be fine after some rest." Aurora nodded. "I see." Everyone in the dorm looked at Kid quietly. They were silent for a moment, and no one knew what to say. "Damn it!" Lantry suddenly slammed the table. He was a straightforward person, and he had always been on good terms with Fatty. He scolded, "Damn that Highfield! How dare he hit second fifth brother so hard? I won't let him get away with it, humph!" Aurora snorted and scolded, "You're only good at talking big. Lantry, let me ask you, can you beat him?" Lantry was momentarily at a loss for words and fell silent. He naturally knew that he was no match for Highfield. Aurora wasn't wrong either. It was just that he couldn't bear to watch his friend get beaten up without being able to take revenge himself. Ron looked up and said with a gloomy look, "Why don't I go? I can't promise anything else, but at least I can beat him down, you?" Everyone was surprised and said in unison, Their eyes were full of disbelief. Forget it. Aurora smiled and said to Ron, Ron, this isn't something you can solve. Don't get involved. Let us handle it. Ron was speechless for a moment and couldn't help but feel helpless. He rolled his eyes and soon understood that no one believed in his strength at all. Even when he defeated Firth High, it was because of luck. Lantry muttered in his heart. They were all from the same dorm, but why was there such a big difference? Aurora was always nice to Ron. Second brother said that she had fallen in love with Ron. It seemed that this matter was most likely true. Lantry didn't dare to say it out loud. Aurora was thin-skinned and would fly into a rage if she heard it. Fatty didn't have a filter on his mouth and had been beaten by her several times. Aurora said in a deep voice, The root of this matter isn't Firth High, but his brother Heifels. You may not know, but the academy isn't peaceful now. In just a few days, several people have been beaten up, and it was all done by Heifels and his gang. Ron was shocked. Why? Chapter 105. Ron was shocked. How can that be? Doesn't the academy care? Care? Aurora stared at Ron as if he was a stranger. Don't you know that fighting is a tradition of the Balarax Academy? Ron was silent. Anyway. Aurora stood up. Be careful during this period of time. Outside of class, try to return to the dorms as much as possible after class, and don't take a single step out. You mean that we have to endure it? Fatty's revenge is over just like that? Manny cried out in dissatisfaction. Then how long do we have to endure it? What can we do? Do you think we can defeat them? Aurora looked at her and said. Manny was silent. We have to at least wait until Mocklin returns. Aurora said. That's right. Lantry nodded. When Mocklin returns, he and the Heifels will naturally have a fight. This way we can have some peace and quiet. The next morning, Ron stepped into the morning light and arrived at the necromancy major's classroom. He found that Vivian was already waiting for him. Good morning, Mentor Vivian. Ron bowed deeply. He had always felt respect for this mentor, who had always believed in the existence of necromancy. Good morning, Ron. Vivian had a kind smile on her face. The more she looked at the student in front of her, the more satisfied she was. Not only was Ron extremely talented in necromancy, but he was also very courteous and respectful to her. He was also extremely diligent and would linger in the library every day after class. Although he was only a student, it still made Vivian feel a little comforted. Sometimes, Vivian couldn't help but think that with Ron's diligence and his impressive mental strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a mage. Even a novice mage would be much stronger than a necromancer who had studied necromancy for decades. At least he wouldn't be looked down upon by others. However, Vivian swallowed her words every time she was about to say them. To be honest, she really didn't want to lose this student, her only student. As Vivian pondered, she stared at Ron for a long time. Ron couldn't help but feel a little strange. He thought that he hadn't washed his face in the morning, so he reached out and wiped his face. There was nothing wrong. He hurriedly asked, Mentor Vivian, what's wrong? Oh. Vivian quickly came back to her senses. She smiled and said, Sorry, I was thinking about something and got distracted. Ron, let's start now. All right, Ron said as he sat in the front row of the classroom. Since he was the only one in the classroom, he could sit anywhere. Vivian opened the book in front of her. All right, today, let's learn a new necromancy spell, Bone Assembly. Bone Assembly? When Ron heard this word, his heart skipped a beat. A scene that he had seen before appeared in his mind. A young necromancer had assembled messy bones into the shape of a bone dragon. Although it was lifelike, it didn't have much fighting power. He didn't expect that he would be learning this now. Sure enough, the necromancy spell that Vivian was talking about was the one that the young man had used. Although he knew that it was useless, Ron still listened carefully. Vivian's explanation was very detailed. She first explained the principle. With Ron's foundation, he quickly understood and immediately began to experiment. After a while, a bone dragon was formed in his hands. The bone dragon was very big, about 3 to 4 meters long. It looked quite mighty, but it was dull. Without the control of Ron's mental strength, it didn't move at all, just like a pile of fossils. Well done, Ron. Vivian's face was full of excitement. I only said it once, and you were able to do it. To be honest, your talent has far exceeded my imagination. If you continue like this, your mentor will become a pornographic novel. There's nothing left to teach. That's all because of your guidance, Ron said modestly with a smile. Good boy. Vivian smiled and patted Ron's head. Today's class will end here. I guess you're going to the library. I've seen you soaking in the library every day for the past few days. You're a diligent and good student. However, I have to remind you that, if there's nothing else, you should go back to the dormitory early. The academy hasn't been peaceful these days. Vivian was referring to Hefels's matter. Although she was a mentor of the academy, it wasn't convenient for her to interfere with some things. It wasn't that she didn't want to interfere, but things like students fighting were mostly incited by Vice-Headmaster Dabbs. I understand, Mentor Vivian. When he thought of Hefels, a nameless fire rose in Ron's stomach. Although Fatty had woken up and was fine, Ron still wouldn't forgive them. It was just that his strength hadn't reached the level where he could contend against Hefels. Tiger King Hefels had the strength of a peak advanced knight. When it came to the level of his strength, Ron could only think of one person, the holy son of the holy sea, Guderian. Thinking back to the battle with Guderian, if it wasn't for his carelessness, Ron might not have been able to defeat him even if he used soul ignition. Ron bid farewell to Vivian and left the Necromancy Major's classroom. It took about half an hour to walk from the Necromancy Major's classroom to the library. Due to Ron's intelligence, Vivian was afraid that he would learn too quickly and fall into an awkward situation where there was nothing to teach. Therefore, she deliberately slowed down the pace of teaching and dismissed the class early. Ron was also happy to be free. Walking on the tree-lined path of the academy, the cool breeze caressed his face, and it was very comfortable. After walking for about 15 minutes, Ron suddenly felt that something was wrong. What was wrong? Quiet. It was too quiet here. This was the only path to the academy's library. Usually, many students would pass by here, but now, not a single shadow could be seen. It was as if it was a holiday. The entire path was empty, and not even the chirping of birds could be heard. Ron's heart became alert. He knew that this was definitely not a normal phenomenon. The classes of the various majors and occupations were staggered. Even during class time, there was still an endless stream of students passing by. At this time, Ron discovered that there was a figure standing abruptly in the middle of the path. This figure was standing in the middle of the wide road, so it was impossible not to see it. It's you. Ron's eyes suddenly widened because he recognized that person. That person was also very familiar with Ron. He was Highforth. Highforth smiled. That's right, it's me. Ron, you didn't expect me to actually come looking for you, did you? Ron's face darkened. You were the one who heavily injured kid? That's right. Highforth openly admitted. That kid didn't know what was good for him, so I taught him a lesson. He's lucky that he didn't die. What do you want? Ron's brows furrowed. It seemed that this fellow's goal in coming looking for him wasn't so simple. What do I want? Highforth's face became malevolent when he heard this. You used despicable means to win against me and made me lose face in front of my classmates. What do you think I should do? That's what you asked for. Ron calmly said, There's always a winner and a loser in a duel, but some people just can't accept reality. Highforth smiled darkly. Well said. Since that's the case, you're on your own. As Highfield spoke, he stretched out his left hand and lightly snapped his fingers. Bah! Suddenly, there was a flurry of footsteps, as if many people were running at high speed. The sound of shoes stepping on the ground could be heard, ta-ta-ta. Ron's expression finally changed because he saw a large group of people suddenly rushing out from the corridor, the side of the aisle, the back of the garden, and the pool. At first glance, there were at least a few dozen people. "Kill him for me." High Firth laughed and pointed at Ron. "Shit, there's AF** King ambush." Ron saw this and knew that things were bad. He saw that High Firth was alone, but he didn't expect that a large group of people would suddenly rush out, giving him a big fright. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Ron was facing several dozen people, from freshmen to seniors, and there was no lack of elite experts among them. He could only break into a run. "He's running away! Quickly chase! That damned necromancer!" Those students fiercely cursed and quickly chased in the direction that Ron had escaped. Several dozen people formed a surging torrent, crazily rushing forward. Many students also saw this scene, and the female students let out ear-piercing screams. High Firth hugged his head with both hands, a disdainful smile on his face. Dealing with a necromancer, there was no need to make such a big fuss. However, High Firth's hatred for Ron was too deep. He had deliberately called out so many people in order to show off his strength. "You don't know how the word death is written to oppose me. Run, run, I'd like to see where you can run to. No matter where you go, you won't be able to escape from my grasp." High Firth clasped his hands behind his back, a cruel sneer on his lips. "This time I'll beat you up until even your mother won't recognize you. Then I'll spread the word that any priest who dares to treat him is going against me, High Firth. I'd like to see who in the entire academy dares to treat you." High Firth had made arrangements for Ron's fate, but Ron was unaware of all this. He panicked and didn't know where to go, running along the tree-lined corridor. The students behind him were like a swarm of bees, chasing after him while making a big fuss. "Quickly chase after him. Don't let him get away," a person who looked like a senior said. "Damn it, that guy's stamina is so good? A necromancer can actually run so fast?" Another complained. Ron ran for his life, looking like he was fleeing. At this moment, there was a whoosh and a red light appeared in front of Ron's eyes. Not good dodge. Ron's reflexes were extremely agile. He rolled on the ground and dodged the incoming attack. A small fireball flew towards Ron. The small fireball flew past Ron and hit a stone pillar on the side. Boom! Sparks flew everywhere and the stone pillar was charred black. Clap, clap, clap. An extremely handsome senior walked out from a dark corner, clapping his hands together. "What fast reflexes! I thought you wouldn't be able to dodge." The person who had launched a sneak attack on Ron was Heffel's #1 subordinate, the adept mage Frazino. "It's you." Ron had seen Frazino before, but he didn't know his name. He was the one who had brought Ron from the classroom to the arena. Frazino smiled and bowed. "Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Frazino. High Firth asked me to deal with you, Frazino, Senior Frazino." Seeing Frazino, the students all stopped and surrounded Ron. They had cold smiles on their faces as they approached Ron step by step. "Oh no, I'm surrounded!" Ron cried out in his heart. Chapter 106. A man with curly brown hair walked over with a sinister grin. "Frazino, there's no need for such a big formation to deal with a necromancer. Just watch me take care of him alone," Frazino smiled. "Alright, I'll leave it to you then." The man with curly brown hair turned back and smiled at him, his fingers cracking loudly. "You're Ron, right? I'm Lucic, remember that?" As he spoke, he threw out a punch at an extremely fast speed. Ron's heart skipped a beat. He dodged slightly and took a few steps back. Lucic smiled disapprovingly. "Not bad reaction. Hee, you can use weapons." In fights between schools, weapons were generally not used. Most swordsmen used their fists to fight, and mages did not use magic staffs either. Frezino said, "Lusic, this kid isn't simple. You have to be careful." It was unknown when High Firth had arrived. He walked to Frezino's side and said indignantly, "Humph, if it wasn't for my carelessness last time, I wouldn't have fallen into his trap." At this moment, High Firth's men had already surrounded Ron, leaving no gaps. Ron saw this as well, and his heart sank. This battle will be extremely difficult, Ron thought to himself. High Firth looked at Ron, who was trapped in the middle, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. "This kid has already been surrounded by us. Unless he can fly, there's no way he can escape from our encirclement," Frezino chuckled. "High Firth, you're worrying too much. Don't forget that there are many mages among us. With me, it's not that I'm boasting, but even if he has the ability to fly, I'll still have a way to shoot him down." "But—" Frezino's tone changed, and he said to him with a hint of reproach, "High Firth, aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill? Do you need so many people to deal with a necromancer? With such a lineup, it's probably enough to deal with Mocklin. If he's alone—" "You don't understand." High Firth shook his head confidently. "Actually, I alone am enough to teach him a lesson." "Then what?" "I was careless last time, falling for his trick. In the eyes of others, I've failed, and this has greatly affected my reputation." Speaking of this, a trace of resentment flashed in High Firth's eyes. "Many people are doubting my strength, thinking that I can't even beat a trash necromancer." Frezino looked at him calmly. "Then all the more reason you should fight him one-on-one to prove your strength and wash away your shame." High Firth snorted coldly. "I will, but not now." Frezino looked at him in confusion. High Firth took a deep breath and said, "Even if I defeat him, I may not be able to wash away my shame. Who does he think he is? He's just trash, Frezino. Do you think it's glorious for me to defeat trash?" Frezino frowned and asked, "Then what do you want?" "It's very simple," High Firth said with a sinister smile. "I want him to know the consequences of offending me, until he can't take it any more and scram from this academy." He laughed sinisterly and said fiercely, "This operation is just the beginning. In the future there will be more and more of these things. Not only him, but even everyone in his dormitory. I want them to pack up and get the hell out of here." Frezino nodded. "I understand. I'll do as you say." On the other side, the surrounding students' emotions were ignited, and they shouted one after another, "Come on, Lusic! Beat him!" Lusic got into a boxing stance, his body emitting an earthy yellow glow. He was a senior swordsman with earth elemental impetus. Ron was surrounded and could not help but feel nervous. His heartbeat quickened, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. It was impossible not to be nervous and afraid in such an environment. "Damn it, calm down, I need to calm down." Ron admonished himself according to the method Homelin had taught him, forcing himself to calm down. Not far behind the group of students, a pretty figure stood in the bushes. She was the necromancy instructor, Vivian. Her face was filled with concern, and a trace of helplessness. "What do we do? What do we do?" Vivian looked anxious, but she could not do anything. Ron was her student, her only student. Logically speaking, she should stand up and shout at them to stop their actions. However, Vivian did not dare because she did not have the strength. If it were any other instructor, they would only need to stand there and shout a few words, and the students would naturally retreat obediently. However, she could not. Without strength, no student would listen to her. She could only watch as Ron was bullied. At this time, Lusic suddenly closed in and punched out. His fist suddenly shone brightly, and Ron only felt that the fist was like a 10-kilogram rock flying at high speed. Ron's personality was actually very peaceful. He did not like to fight with others. Most of the time, he would only fight when he had no other choice. Now that things have come to this, I don't have much choice. Let's fight. Ron made up his mind. His eyes flashed with a trace of light, and his soul force crazily overflowed. His body was surrounded by energy. His figure moved, and he quickly dodged Lusic's fist, while chanting an incantation. Bone spike, a trace of black soul force, slid through the back of Ron's hand and quickly condensed in his palm. Not long after, a 20-centimeter-long bone spike appeared in Ron's hand. Ron's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Die! Then, the bone spike in his hand suddenly stabbed out. Bang! It stabbed into Lusic's abdomen. A burst of pain spread through Lusic's body. His eyes suddenly opened wide, and his face was filled with disbelief. He stared at Ron, and then a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Lusic's pained expression, everyone was stunned. That necromancer's fist was actually so heavy? That small bone spike was extremely inconspicuous. In everyone's eyes, they only saw Ron's fist strike Lusic's abdomen. Lucic was a senior Earth swordsman. His body was extremely strong, and with the addition of his Earth battle chi, it was impossible for him to be knocked down by a single punch. Huff! Huff! Lucic retreated a few steps, revealing the sharp bone spike. His face was filled with even more pain. Blood slowly seeped out of his abdomen. What? He injured Lucic? That's impossible. Just with that small bone? The students were all shocked. Frezino was stunned, and so was Firth High. He didn't expect Ron to use a small bone spike to injure Lucic so severely. Impossible. How did he do it? Vivian, who was watching from afar, immediately came to a conclusion. She was also stunned. Looking at the bone spike in Ron's hand that was still dripping with blood, she felt a wave of confusion. Summoning bones was a necromancer's basic skill. Not to mention a small bone spike, even a bone dragon could be summoned by Vivian. However, the bones she summoned were similar to ordinary bones. They were extremely fragile, and would break with just a little force. However, the bone spike in Ron's hand was as sharp as a dagger. Lucic stumbled back to Frezino's side, panting heavily. His blood-red eyes stared at Ron. Although his injuries were serious, they weren't life-threatening. He only needed a priest to heal him. Frezino's heart trembled. He sized up Ron, and only then did he discover a trace of danger from him. Damn it, this guy's strength isn't as simple as it seems. Frezino calmed down. He wasn't a simple-minded person. Bastard! At this moment, Firth High flew into a rage. He wanted to humiliate Ron time and time again, but he failed every time. He had long since lost his patience. At this moment, he was so angry that he lost his head. He ignored Frezino and directly gave the order. Kill this bastard for me, kill! The anger of the group of students was ignited. They were all 17 or 18 years old, and when they were impulsive, they didn't care about the consequences. They rushed towards Ron, and it was too late for Frezino to stop them. At this moment, Ron's mind suddenly became clear. A light flashed in his eyes. Come, since that's the case, I'll show you the true strength of a necromancer. In an instant, black soul energy erupted from Ron's body. Ron's pitch-black eyes turned green, and traces of black energy coiled around his body. Skeleton warriors! Ron clawed at the ground, and under the attack of the necromancy energy, the ground turned into black chunks. At this moment, white skeleton warriors crawled out from the ground. They were like warriors returning from hell, and they let out roars that shook the soul. Boom! The fearless skeleton warriors charged towards the students. They held large shields in their hands, and blocked the attacks of the students. The axes in their right hands danced, and the unarmed students were forced to retreat. Many of them were injured by the axes. Impossible, aren't these useless skeletons? Frezino was dumbfounded when he saw this. These skeletons were extremely powerful, and they were forcing the students to retreat. Forget it, use weapons. At this moment, Frezino couldn't care less. He took out his magic staff from his spatial bag and shouted loudly. The students all drew their weapons and rushed towards the skeleton warriors. Ron's gaze was cold. How about another batch? He chanted an incantation, and not long after, another batch of skeleton warriors crawled out from the ground. Their green eyes were fixed on their enemies, the students who were attacking Ron. What kind of power is this? How can it be so terrifying? High Firth was stunned. He sat on the ground. Ron's strength had overturned his understanding. At this moment, he finally understood that Ron wasn't a necromancer. No. It should be said that this wasn't a pornographic novel. He was a necromancer that he knew of. Bone spurs and bone arrows flew out like raindrops. Many mage students fell to the ground one after another, while some warrior students held up their shields to block the arrows. Roar! A tall human swordsman approached. His weapon wasn't a sword, but a huge axe. It was much larger than the one-handed axes in the hands of the skeleton warriors. Bone prison! With a thought, Ron summoned the bone prison and locked the fellow in a cage, losing his ability to move. You! The human swordsman was shocked. He grabbed the edge of the bone prison, and something appeared in front of him. It grew larger and larger in his eyes. Pop, pop, pop! A few bone arrows pierced his body. Chapter 107. At this time, the students were also enraged in their confrontation with the skeleton warriors. Fighting aura and magic were released one after another, and the scene was chaotic. Ron desperately urged his soul force, releasing necromancy magic after necromancy magic. At this moment, he had already entered a state of selflessness. He was actually fighting against nearly 100 students by himself, and there was no lack of senior professionals among them. In the distance, Vivian was hiding in the bushes, watching all this in a daze. She was so excited that her face was flushed, and her hands couldn't help but tremble. This is an ancient pornographic novel. Necromancy magic, it must be. I'm not mistaken, this is ancient necromancy magic. Heavens, am I dreaming? I've finally seen ancient necromancy magic. Vivian cried tears of joy. As a necromancy teacher who had studied necromancy magic for many years, she naturally saw the difference in Ron's necromancy magic with a single glance. Such power could only be explained by ancient necromancy magic. Whether or not ancient necromancy magic really existed was only a legend in the hearts of most people on the Noah continent. However, Vivian was one of the people who firmly believed in the existence of ancient necromancy magic. Researching necromancy magic and recreating the true power of ancient necromancy magic was one of her lifelong pursuit. No matter how many setbacks she encountered, Vivian never gave up on her dream. How could she not be excited when she suddenly saw true ancient necromancy magic? What powerful skeletons! Each of these skeletons is at least at the level of a journeyman swordsman. They're too strong. Ron can actually summon so many of them. Is this the true power of ancient necromancy magic? It really lives up to its reputation. So that's how you use that thing that looks like a cage made of bones. It traps the enemy and then attacks them. Amazing, this ancient necromancy magic. What's that bone stick? A bone spear? No way. It actually pierced through a swordsman's armor. Vivian cried out in surprise as she observed Ron's battle. Now that she saw the true face of an ancient necromancer, she felt that the necromancy magic she studied and practiced was absolute trash. But at this time, another question popped up in Vivian's mind. How did Ron know ancient necromancy magic? The fierce battle continued. At this time, Ron was riding on a skeleton warrior's back. He held a bone spear in one hand and a bone shield in the other. He weaved left and right amidst the sword light. His bone spear quickly stabbed out. Soon, blood gushed out from the skeleton warriors' bodies. The students were in a frenzy. Once they got used to the skeleton braves' attacks, the skeleton braves' effectiveness became limited. They fell in rows, and Ron summoned another batch. The soul ring in his hand was constantly replenishing his soul energy. His soul energy had just been depleted, but the soul ring was quickly replenished. It was indeed a rare treasure. Boom, boom, boom. One spell after another exploded around Ron. The bone shield in his hand was riddled with holes and soon shattered. Taking a deep breath, Ron's eyes shone. Bone shield. The undamaged bone shield appeared in his hand once more. Boom. The door to the corridor opened again. Heffel's people rushed out once more. There were more than 100 people surrounding Ron. Is this Ron's true strength? Frezino was stunned. He watched as his people fell one by one under Ron's hands, an expression of disbelief on his face. This despicable guy. Firth gnashed his teeth in hatred. He was shocked by Ron's strength. Only now did he know that Ron had been merciful back then. The difference in strength between him and Ron was too great. Ron's terrifying strength also shocked some of the students. How is this possible? Is he still a necromancer? How can he be so strong? Good fight. Vivian was so excited that she almost jumped up. Seeing Ron's not-so-tall figure shuttling through the crowd with a determined expression on his cold face, she was dazzled. This is a necromancer. This is true necromancy magic. It's too powerful. More and more people rushed in. The pressure on Ron multiplied, and he could not hold on any longer. After all, he was only one person. One person against more than 100 people. Only Ron could do such a crazy thing. However, he was also in a tough battle at this moment. I don't care anymore. Let's fight. Ron's eyes were bloodshot, and the expression on his face became crazed. Undead from hell, the abyss. You are the master of all elements. Accept my summons and deal with my enemies. Skeleton magicians. Following Ron's incantation, a small group of skeleton magicians was summoned. There were about 30 to 40 of them. They wore tattered magic robes and held short bone staffs in their hands. Their bodies were full of elemental power, and their green eyes swept over the enemies in front of them. Be careful. That guy is summoning something else. A student shouted in alarm. Unknowingly, Ron's strength had gained the recognition of the students. Panic spread. The originally fragile skeleton had become a demon from hell. Every action of Ron's made them extremely nervous. Skeleton warriors, raise your shields and protect the skeleton magicians. Ron ordered without hesitation. He knew that the skeleton magicians were not good at close combat. They could only maximize their effectiveness by covering each other with the skeleton warriors. Another batch of skeleton warriors stood up shakily and formed a shield wall, surrounding the skeleton sorcerer in the middle. It was impenetrable. Attack! Attack! Without chanting, colorful balls of light appeared in the hands of the skeleton magicians. The balls of light grew bigger and bigger in their hands. In an instant, a series of spells rose into the air and attacked the people besieging Ron. Not good. It's magicians this time. A student in the crowd shouted in alarm. How is this possible? How can there be so many magicians? Another student was in disbelief. Run, the magic is coming. Frezino and Firth High looked at each other. Their initial shock had turned into numbness. Frezino muttered, This kid summoned an entire magic army. Frezino and Firth High did not make a move. They only watched. At first, they did not think it was necessary. They had brought so many people to surround Ron, and there was no need for them to make a move. However, now that they had seen Ron's true strength, they did not dare to make a move. Who knew how many trump cards Ron still had? They could not see through Ron anymore. Was he really a necromancer? Was he that strong? Defensive stance. Armor of the earth. Shield of ice. Blazing armor. Shield of holy light. Seeing the magic flying toward them, all kinds of defensive skills and magic were activated. The people surrounding Ron no longer dared to underestimate him. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of magic spells exploded in the crowd, sweeping across a large area. Even if they had activated their defensive skills, it did not mean that they would not be injured. Some of the weaker students vomited blood and fell under the first wave of magic attack. Kill our way out. Ron saw an opportunity. He waved the bone staff in his hand, and all the skeletons charged in one direction as if they were his arms. The feeling of being surrounded and attacked was not good. Many of the students surrounding Ron were seriously injured and in urgent need of treatment from priests. The encirclement could no longer trap Ron. With the skeleton warriors opening the way, the skeleton magicians followed closely behind. Soon, they broke through a gap, and Ron commanded the skeleton warriors and skeleton magicians to rush out through the gap. Phew! We're finally out. Ron breathed a sigh of relief. Escaping from the encirclement meant that the danger was greatly reduced. Counterattack. Ron did not intend to stop here. He clenched his teeth and quickly condensed soul energy in his hand. A bone spear appeared in his palm, floating in the air. He swung his hand, and the bone spear exploded into the crowd like a meteor. Ouch! Came from the crowd. It seemed that an unlucky person had been hit. Then, as if they had received an order, the skeleton magicians madly bombarded the crowd with magic. At this time, the skeleton magicians had doubled in number. Ron had the soul energy in his soul ring, so in theory, he could summon an unlimited number of skeleton magicians. Now those people were in trouble. Magic fell like raindrops, exploding in the crowd. The students were beaten until they cried for their parents. Although they did not say anything, they were cursing Firth in their hearts. If they had known that this guy was so strong, they would not have provoked him. Boom! 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 The magic bombarded mercilessly. Those students were either frozen by water magic or sent flying by fire magic. They were also electrocuted by thunder magic. The corridor was a mess. Students were lying on the ground, moaning. The priests among the students had long exhausted their magic. They were not able to save so many injured people. At this time, there was a slight tremor on the ground, giving everyone a fright. "Oh no, this place is going to collapse!" the students exclaimed. Not all. The corridor began to tilt, and cracks appeared on the ground. The ancient building could no longer withstand the fierce bombardment of Ron's skeleton magicians and began to collapse. Boom! Sections of the road caved in, and a loud sound was heard. In an instant, smoke and dust filled the air. The students who could not dodge in time fell, crushed under the collapsed building. Frezino and Firth were also stunned. They dodged quickly and escaped, but they stood there, not knowing what to do. The scene was a mess. The moans and cries of injured students could be heard. Many people were buried under the rubble. At this moment, Ron stood there in a daze. His mind was blank, and only one sentence came to his mind. Chapter 108. The dusk in Balavax Academy was extremely enchanting. Half of the setting sun dyed the entire city red, and the streets of the academy seemed to be sprinkled with yellow gold. It was a serene and enchanting scene. However, it was a completely different scene in the office of Vice Principal Darbus. There were 20 to 30 people in Darbus's small office. They were all teachers of the academy, and many of them were old scholars who had taught for many years. They were all agitated as they argued about something. "This Ron is truly despicable. He actually injured all of my students. This is simply unforgivable. Principal Darbus, if you don't give me an explanation today, I won't let this matter rest." An old woman wearing glasses, who was a high-level magus, shouted crazily. Her words were echoed by a large number of people. "That's right. We can't let this matter rest. This is simply lawless. We should expel this student, Ron, from the academy. That's right. Expel." Those teachers were filled with righteous indignation. Even though they usually disagreed with each other, they were united and unanimously agreed to punish Ron. The glorious incident of Ron causing the corridor to collapse due to the fierce battle had already spread throughout the academy. Ron fought against more than 100 students alone, and in the end, the corridor collapsed, burying many students below. In this incident, nearly 80 people were injured and 18 of them were seriously injured. Fortunately, no one died. Although no one died, the impact of this incident was very bad. The teachers of the students who were injured came from various departments, and after their own students were injured, they all came looking for Vice Principal Darbus to give them an explanation. Everyone was protective of their own, and the teachers of the academy were no exception. Darbus waved his hands and said anxiously, "I say, teachers, please be quiet." There were both male and female teachers, and they were all talking at once about pornographic novels. Darbus's words were drowned out in an instant. "What else is there to say? Hurry up and deal with this jinx and give us an explanation." "That's right. This kind of student is simply undisciplined. Leaving him in the academy is also a disaster." All kinds of arguments rose up again. Darbus's office was noisy like a market, and the noise made Darbus dizzy. "Teachers, please be quiet and listen to me." Darbus finally managed to calm them down. After all, he was still the vice principal. He cleared his throat and said, "Teachers, this time Ron caused quite a ruckus. Not only did he destroy the corridor with hundreds of years of history, he also injured many students. He did not do this matter, and I will deal with him as soon as possible and give everyone a satisfactory answer." Dabbs was the first to find out about the incident after it happened. Apart from being shocked, he was still shocked. He was shocked that a trashy necromancer had actually defeated nearly 100 students by himself. What kind of level was that? To be honest, Darbus was a little impressed. This was a real F***king genius. Those so-called specially recruited students were simply too weak compared to a necromancer like Ron. Darbus's first order was to protect Ron at all costs. He ordered people to put Ron in confinement. In name, it was confinement, but in reality, it was to protect him. Otherwise, those angry teachers would tear this troublemaker Ron apart. But now, Darbus's office was completely blocked by those teachers. My goodness, this Ron could not be protected. He had angered everyone. This was not a small matter. Aurora wasn't wrong. Fighting was a tradition of the Balarax Academy, and the goal was to cultivate the spirit of martial arts in the students. The ranking competition held every year was also for this purpose. Thus, under normal circumstances, whether it was a one-on-one fight or a group fight, if the matter was brought to the attention of the teachers, the plank would be raised high and gently brought down. The treatment of the students and the punishment of the teachers would often be left unsettled. According to the nature of this matter, it was classified as a group fight. But who could you deal with a group fight? With so many students, no one could say for sure who had hit who. It was a group fight, so the scene was naturally chaotic. Even if the teachers came to the door, they could not do anything. But this time was different. It was a group fight. The perpetrator was Ron, but there were so many victims. There were students from all faculties. This gave Darbus a headache. At this time, a timid voice was heard. "Say, teachers, this time Ron was in the wrong. I apologize to your students on his behalf." The one speaking was Vivian. She was Ron's teacher. She had not taught well, so she should take the greatest responsibility. The old woman with glasses raised her head slightly and said with a serious face, "You are Ron's teacher, right? We have already decided to get rid of this black sheep. You don't have any objections, right?" Her opinion was seconded by some of the teachers. The black sheep was naturally Ron. When Vivian heard this, her face suddenly turned pale. No. It's not what you think." As she spoke, she explained the ins and outs of the matter to all the teachers. In the end, she said, "Actually, it was High Firth and the others who besieged Ron first. Ron was passively defending himself after that. No matter what, Ron should not take the main responsibility. I think this matter should be discussed again. Some of the teachers were silent. In fact, most of the teachers were not unreasonable people. Ron was only one person. There was no reason or motive for him to attack more than 100 people. Most of the time, he was beaten up by them. However, those hot-blooded people were not good at learning. More than 100 people beat one person to such a state. What else was there to say? At this time, the old woman screamed, "What else is there to discuss? He seriously injured dozens of my students. Everyone, it's not just one or two, it's dozens. I think no one will come to my classroom tomorrow. What's the use of keeping such a bad person? It's important to get rid of him as soon as possible." Vivian's heart sank. She looked anxious. Just as she was about to explain, a cold voice interrupted her. "Are you the deputy dean now, or am I the deputy dean?" The one who spoke was Darbus. At this moment, his face was filled with displeasure. Just now, when the old woman mentioned eliminating the black sheep, his face was already very ugly. "Since when was it your turn to make such an important decision?" The old woman was shocked. Only then did she realize that she had overstepped her authority. It was easy to recruit a student, but it was difficult to expel a student. Deputy Dean Darbus had to sign it personally. No one else had this authority. However, Darbus's attitude also angered the old woman. She screamed in a shrill voice, "Ron has committed such a big mistake, and you're still not expelling him? Is this fair to my students? You should know that dozens of my students are hiding in the school's hospital waiting for treatment. Let me tell you, the school's hospital beds are full. It's all because of Ron. Deputy Dean Darbus, I'm warning you. If you don't expel Ron, we'll all resign." The old woman's threat of resignation was immediately echoed by several teachers. "Yes, if you don't expel Ron, we'll resign." However, most of the teachers did not say anything. The school's salary was not bad and there were no risks. It would be a pity to give up. Resign? Darbus's eyes widened. He was enraged when he heard the word resignation. He took out a thick stack of papers from the drawer and slammed it on the table. The words resignation letter were written in bright red on the paper. That bunch of trash. 100 people can't even beat one. Who can they blame for their lack of skills? Today I'm going all out. Whoever wants to resign, take a piece of paper here. Write it down and hand it to me. I guarantee that it will definitely pass. I won't shortchange your salary. Darbus's unyielding attitude shocked all the teachers. Everyone was as cold as ice. No one dared to say anything. Even the old woman shrank back and did not mention the matter of resignation again. Darbus had achieved his goal of frightening them. Although he looked serious, he was secretly pleased. The deputy dean's title was not bad. A higher official could suppress people to death. Teachers. At this time, he softened his tone and said, "It's not that I don't want to deal with Ron. Indeed, Ron has committed a big mistake. However, his strength is obvious to all. I know that he learned necromancy magic when he entered the school, but I didn't expect the necromancy magic he learned to be so powerful. As for how to deal with Ron, this matter is too big. I can't make the decision. In my opinion, the dean will be coming out of seclusion in a few days. It's better to ask the dean about this matter." Darbus was indeed a sly old fox. He was tough on one hand and soft on the other. He managed to protect Ron and then used the name of the dean to suppress them. The group of mentors stopped making a fuss. If it was another person who had angered so many mentors, no matter how much of a genius that person was, he or she would have to scram. After persuading the mentors, Darbus lowered his attitude and politely sent them out. Even to the old woman, he didn't mention the resignation letter again. The old woman tactfully didn't mention it either. Just like that, the matter was suppressed. Have you heard? Ron fought against more than 100 people from the Heifels alone and defeated them. How powerful! A student said. I heard that it even alarmed the higher-ups of the school. Now, the dean has personally come out to deal with this matter. More than 100 people? It was clearly 1,000. The Heifels sent more than 1,000 people to besiege the necromancer Ron. Ron summoned more than 10,000 skeletons and defeated them. I heard this from an eyewitness. Another student said, "No. It was clearly 10,000. No, it was 100,000. Trash. Do we have 100,000 students in the school? Are you out of your mind? You." Chapter 109. Dormitory 302 was in a mess. Many people had just been there, and the dormitory was like a wet market. After sending those people away, the entire dormitory was quiet. Before they could tidy up, Aurora called everyone for a meeting. There was a simple table surrounded by a few sofas. A few people in dormitory 302 called for a meeting according to Aurora, mainly to discuss Ron's matter. Aurora let out a long sigh. We all misjudged him back then. This guy hid it from us so bitterly. He clearly has such powerful strength, but he didn't even mention it, Lantry nodded. No wonder Shea said that she wanted to take revenge on Ron. I was puzzled at the time. With Ron's strength, how could he possibly have a grudge with Shea? It seems that all of this has been solved. Karachi clapped her hands and said, "This is great. Our dormitory has one more powerhouse." "Yes," Jida said with a smile. "A powerhouse who can fight against 100 people is in our dormitory. It's very honorable. In the past few days, many bosses have come to me personally to ask about it, and they've been very polite to me. I, Fatty, have never been so honorable in my life." Manny covered her mouth and laughed. This guy hid it really well, however. Lonesome had a thoughtful expression. "However, what I find strange is that that guy is only a necromancer. Where did he get such powerful strength from? I really want to see how he fights with my own eyes. What a pity." Aurora coldly snorted and said, "He caused such a big trouble that Vice Dean Dabbs personally ordered him to be locked up in the dungeon. Otherwise, I would definitely drag him out to compete with me. I want to see how powerful this fellow is." Aurora was annoyed that Ron had hidden his true strength from her. Manny glanced at her and said, "I heard that this matter was quite big. Many students were injured, and their mentors blocked Vice Dean Dabbs's office. Although Dabbs imprisoned Ron, maybe it was to save him." "Humph," Aurora said unhappily. How could Dabu be so kind? It seemed that she did not have a good impression of Dabu. Lantry smiled. "This is great. Our dormitory has one more strong person. There's hope for the ranking tournament. At least we won't be at the bottom." "Not at the bottom?" Aurora glanced at him. "Is that all you've got?" These words made Lantry's face turn red, and he was speechless. To only hope that he wouldn't be at the bottom, this kind of mentality was really lacking. At this time, Karachi rested her chin on her hand, blinked, and said, "Do you think Ron will be fired after this incident is so big?" When Karachi said this, everyone became nervous. After these days of getting along, they all regarded Ron as a member of their dormitory. Coupled with his powerful strength, naturally, no one wanted him to be expelled. "I don't think so," Pastor Lonesome muttered, pushed up his glasses, and said, "Although Ron caused a big disaster this time, destroying the century-old corridor and injuring nearly 100 students, this also proved Ron's strength. People with such strength will be welcomed wherever they go. The Academy naturally won't do something like destroying the Great Wall." "Really? Are you sure?" Kid jumped up in joy. "My feelings are usually not wrong," Lonesome said with a smile. "That's great." Kid, Lantry, Karachi, and the others clapped. "What's so great about it?" Aurora said unhappily, "This guy hid it from us for so long. When he comes back, we must teach him a lesson." In the dark and damp dungeon of the Balarax Academy, there were traces of light. From these lights, one could tell whether it was day or night. Dabbs didn't go back on his words. He really imprisoned Ron in this dark dungeon. The dungeon was very dark and damp. Balls of water dripped from the walls, and from time to time, the squeaking of mice could be heard. A spider web hung in the corner for a long time, and the spiders on it were as big as a human's palm. Ron grew up in a difficult environment and didn't feel anything about it. The only thing he felt guilty about was the big disaster he caused and didn't know how to deal with it. Alas, this is bad. I hope those people are fine, Ron thought to himself. Thinking back, he felt a trace of regret. They were all classmates, so there was no need to be so heavy-handed. However, the situation at that time wasn't his choice. After causing such a big disaster, I'm afraid I'll be expelled, Ron thought self-deprecatingly, but this is also good. According to Grandpa Homelin, it's good to travel to other places and broaden one's knowledge. Unfortunately, there are still many things I don't understand. There are many books in the library that I haven't read. I've only read half of World of Warcraft, alas, forget it, forget it. Let him do whatever he wants. No matter what, I'll accept it. Ron patted his head in annoyance and sat down. Since I'm here, I'll just take it as it comes. If I have time, I'll cultivate and increase my strength. Ron sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Soon, he entered a state of cultivation. His 5 fingers formed a claw, and a surge of soul energy crazily gushed out. His whole body was surrounded by yin qi, and the small black ball of light in his hand was floating up and down. The black ball of light contained an extremely powerful soul energy. By releasing it, he would exhaust his soul energy, and then condense it again through a unique cultivation method. Cultivation was very boring, but compared to the cultivation of warriors, it was very comfortable. Warriors needed to temper their bodies and strengthen their physique, so that their bodies could contain more energy element. However, mages and necromancers would just sit there and do nothing. Sometimes they would just sit there and do nothing for several days. It was very boring. Cultivating necromancy required more talent. After cultivating for an unknown period of time, a squeak suddenly came from a corner of the dungeon. A gray rat weighing nearly 1.5 kilograms ran past Ron. Ron frowned slightly. With a flip of his wrist, a bone spur appeared out of thin air and turned into a white light. Whoosh, pa, a crisp sound came from the corner. The pitiful rat's body was pierced through by the bone spur and nailed to the wall. It was still struggling with all its might. Ron opened his eyes and looked at the rat's corpse. He couldn't help but feel proud. Humph, how dare you disturb my cultivation? Pornographic novels? After a while, the rat finally stopped moving. At this time, Ron's gaze fell on the wall where the rat was nailed and his eyes widened in surprise. What is this? He saw a small hole in the wall where the rat was nailed. Ron's eyes were extremely sensitive even in the dark. He knew that this was definitely not a normal phenomenon. He came to the wall and reached out to take the bone spur and the rat's corpse. This dungeon had been here for an unknown period of time. The stones on the walls had long been mottled and peeled off. Ron's hand lightly touched them and large pieces of stone fell down. Eh? What is this? Ron seemed to have discovered a new continent. He saw that on the mottled walls there was a hard material. It was neither gold nor wood nor stone, and it was cold to the touch. A wooden handle attracted Ron's gaze. He didn't even think about it. He couldn't help but put his hand on it and gently pulled it down. Ka, a crisp mechanical sound startled Ron. The mechanical sound was extremely ear-piercing. It was as if it hadn't been activated for a long time. It was rusty. After a slight vibration, Ron's eyes widened in surprise. He saw that in front of him, half of the wall had sunk in. There was a huge hole. In the hole, there was a long staircase leading down. He couldn't see the bottom. Is this the legendary secret room? Ron's mind raised a question mark. The hole gave off a gloomy feeling. He stood in front of the hole and felt a bone-chilling cold. Why is my heart beating so fast? For some reason, Ron felt his hair stand on end. The gloomy hole gave off a dangerous smell. A cold wind blew and he couldn't help but shiver. Should I go in or not? At this moment, Ron couldn't help but hesitate. The dark hole was like a monster opening its mouth and wanting to swallow him whole. If only Grandpa Homelin was here. At least he could give me some ideas. Ron let out a long sigh. He missed Grandpa Homelin. After much consideration, Ron finally couldn't hold back his curiosity. He walked down the stairs step by step. He thought that even if there were any accidents inside, he could deal with them with his strength. The stairs were very dark. Ron could only barely see some things by using his necromancy magic's night vision ability to the maximum. He held on to the stairs and walked down step by step. Every step was very careful. Ron's heart was beating nonstop. His palms were covered in sweat. With every step he took, he felt that he was getting closer and closer to danger. It was as if something was waiting for him in front. The descending stairs seemed to have no end. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Ron's footsteps suddenly stopped. He discovered that he had reached the end. That's it. Ron looked around blankly. He couldn't find a way out, but the fear in his heart grew stronger and stronger. His hand kept groping around the wall. Suddenly, he touched a hard protruding object. He reached out and pushed it. At this time, he heard a series of mechanical sounds. Zap, zap, zap. The stone door was slowly pushed open, revealing traces of light. Ron used his hand to block the sudden light. In the pitch-black environment, the sudden appearance of light made him unable to open his eyes, even though the light wasn't glaring. Through the gaps between his fingers, Ron finally saw what was in front of him. It was an extremely hidden basement. The glaring light came from the luminous pearl on the ceiling. Under the luminous pearl's radiance, a stone coffin lay quietly. It was the only thing in the entire basement. There was nothing in the clean and tidy basement except for the stone coffin. Chapter 110. The ancient sarcophagus exuded a heart-palpitating power, and Ron's uneasiness grew stronger and stronger. He took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress his wildly beating heart. Since I'm already here, let's see what's inside the sarcophagus. Ron slowly approached the ancient sarcophagus and pressed his hands flat on the sarcophagus lid. With a sudden force, the heavy sarcophagus lid was slowly lifted, revealing a small gap. Hoo! A foul air seeped out, causing Ron to cough a few times. Up! Ron shouted loudly and used all his strength to pull open the lid of the entire sarcophagus. Rumble! With a loud sound, the lid fell to the ground, filling the air with smoke and dust, causing Ron to cough for a while. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Ron forced his eyes open. With the help of the night illumination pearl's light, he finally saw the thing inside the sarcophagus. But the thing in front of him shocked him. He finally found that uneasy feeling, which came from inside the sarcophagus. What was inside the sarcophagus? Corpse. This was normal, but this corpse was headless. The corpse's upper body was naked, revealing strong muscles. The lower body was only wearing a pair of trousers. Its 4 limbs and hands were complete, but it was missing a head. What puzzled Ron the most was that the dust on the sarcophagus showed that it was old, but the headless corpse in the sarcophagus looked like it had just died. Not only were its muscles still there, but they were the same as when it was alive. The bronze muscles had a yellow luster. Strange. It seems that this sarcophagus is at least many years old. Why hasn't the corpse rotted yet? Ron felt strange. Normally, a corpse placed in a sarcophagus would become a pile of bones in a few years. Could it be that it's not dead yet? A thought suddenly popped into Ron's mind, causing him to jump in fright. He boldly reached out and touched it. It was cold to the touch. It had indeed been dead for a long time. Only then did Ron secretly heave a sigh of relief. It was truly inconceivable that a person could not die without a head. However, when he thought about it, Wasn't it even more inconceivable that a headless corpse would not rot after so many years? The headless corpse lying quietly in the sarcophagus seemed indescribably strange and terrifying. What a familiar feeling! What is this feeling? Why do I feel fear? Necromancers were a profession that dealt with corpses. Ordinary people might be afraid when they saw corpses, but necromancers were not. But this corpse was different. It made Ron, a necromancer, feel fear, and that fear came from the bottom. Suddenly, Ron slapped his head. That's right, I remember now. The divine power of death. That kind of fear, it's just like the palpitating power of death. His gaze fell on the headless corpse. Why? Does this corpse also have divine power? Ron's eyes suddenly widened. Could it be the answer was obvious? God. Apart from a god, who else could have divine power? Ron's breathing had become extremely hurried. He looked at the headless corpse in the sarcophagus in disbelief. The corpse in front of him was actually a god? It's a pity. If only Grandpa Hamelin was here. He's experienced and knowledgeable. He must know a lot of things. He might even know the origin of this corpse. Ron thought. He could not help but miss Grandpa Hamelin. A few days ago, Hamelin had been hibernating in the crystal coffin in the soul ring. He had not come out for many days. His beating heart calmed down a little. Ron carefully looked at the corpse in front of him. The severed head seemed to have been cut off by some divine weapon. The cut was very smooth, and the bright red flesh inside could be faintly seen. What a powerful sword! I just don't know who did it. To be able to cut off a god's head with a sword, this guy's opponent is really not simple. Ron thought silently. Lamenting the unfortunate fate of the person in the sarcophagus, Ron stood up and looked around. The entire tomb was empty. There was nothing else except for the sarcophagus. Ron could not help but feel a little disappointed. After spending so much time to come here, he was destined to return empty-handed. According to those third-rate night novels, there were always treasures in the basement. It seems that there is still a big difference between novels and reality. He laughed at himself. He stood up and prepared to leave. Just as he took a few steps, his heart suddenly moved. Wait a minute. Ron suddenly turned around and stared at the headless corpse on the ground. His eyes lit up. Could it be that this god's corpse was not the greatest treasure? His heart suddenly flashed with the corpse refining array that Hamelin's grandfather had taught him. If he could refine this god's corpse into a corpse that could be controlled, how powerful would it be? Although with Ron's current strength, he could only refine a zombie and retain 50% of the deceased's strength. But 50% of a god's corpse was already very terrifying. Ron was looking forward to what kind of strength he could achieve after refining it into a zombie. But what made Ron even more confused was that this corpse did not have a head. Could he still successfully refine it into a zombie? Ron was very doubtful in his heart. He fiercely clenched his teeth. Whatever, I have to give it a try. With Ron's character, he would not give up until he tried. Ron sat down and took out the refining materials from the space bag. He placed them on the ground one by one. With a thought, traces of soul power continuously flowed out. The bones were inserted into the ground according to the rules, arranged into a strange formation. Corpse refining array. After more than half an hour of struggle, the complex and mysterious corpse refining array was finally completed. Then, Ron ran to the side of the stone coffin and dragged out the headless god's corpse. He placed it in the eye of the corpse refining array and then waited quietly. Why is there no reaction? Could it be that the magic array is wrong? After waiting for more than half an hour, there was no reaction at all. Ron could not help but scratch his head. Suddenly, Ron patted his head. Oh, right, I remember. Grandpa Hamelin said that the corpse refining must be done at night. After 12 o'clock, in the gloomy basement, it was impossible to distinguish between day and night. Ron also did not know what time it was. If the corpse refining array was not working, then it was undoubtedly daytime. Ron had no choice but to sit down and wait for a long time. Time passed minute by minute. Finally, night fell. The magic array was suffused with traces of light. It's coming! Ron's heart was filled with ecstasy. He carefully suppressed the excitement in his heart. He stood up and stretched out his hand to press on the two eyes of the array. A powerful soul power crazily poured in. The corpse refining array finally began to operate. At this time, Ron felt that his soul power was crazily being sucked dry. He was shocked. What? This corpse actually absorbed so much of my soul power? Not good. In this way, I will soon be sucked dry. The absorption of the corpse refining array continued. Ron was shocked. He wanted to pull his hand out, but he saw that his hand was firmly attached to it. He couldn't move even if he wanted to. Ron's forehead was full of cold sweat. He felt a trace of the threat of death. This corpse required an enormous amount of energy to be refined into a zombie. His soul power was simply unable to support it. Next, this corpse would absorb his flesh and blood until he was completely sucked dry. His heart sank. There was only one thought in his mind: it's over. Just when Ron was at his wit's end, he felt the soul ring on his right hand move. A soul power quickly replenished his spiritual sense. This was only a matter of a short moment, but to Ron, it felt as if 10,000 years had passed. That was close. I escaped this calamity. Ron heaved a sigh of relief. Before he could come back to his senses, he felt as if his soul power had been sucked dry once again, as if he was peeling silk from a cocoon. Again? Ron's heart was in his throat again. Fortunately, the soul ring once again poured out a soul power, quickly replenishing his soul power. At this moment, Ron felt as if he was suffering between heaven and hell. His soul power was sucked dry one moment, then replenished the next. In the end, Ron simply poured all the soul power in the soul ring into the corpse refining array. Huff! Huff! At this moment, Ron's physical strength had reached its limit. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead and dripped onto the ground, creating small puddles. However, Ron was pleasantly surprised to find that the suction of the corpse refining array was getting weaker and weaker. The array was emitting a dazzling light. Almost succeeded. Ron was ecstatic. He poured all of his soul power into the array. The suction stopped. The array no longer needed Ron's soul power and began to operate on its own. The headless corpse lying in the center of the array's eye moved slightly. At this moment, a ray of light soared into the sky and shone on the tomb's ceiling. It then reflected back and illuminated the entire tomb, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. Success! Ron almost jumped up and cheered. However, his knees went soft and he fell to the ground. His physical strength was almost exhausted. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. The light dispersed, revealing the refined headless corpse. It was unknown when the headless corpse had stood up, but it seemed to be waiting for Ron's orders. Ron stared at it. The headless corpse didn't look any different from before. The only difference was that the terrifying power from before had disappeared. A corpse refined into a zombie can only retain 50% of its strength. It seems that the refining of this zombie was a success. Ron didn't bother to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He was elated as he thought, I just don't know how strong it will be. He was looking forward to the headless corpse's strength. Ron smiled as he walked closer. He said to the headless corpse, From today onwards, you are my servant. You must obey my orders unconditionally. As he spoke, he imprinted his soul brand into the headless corpse. Wait, something's wrong. At this time, Ron felt that the soul imprint he had injected was rejected, and his finger was bounced away. A trace of unease flashed through his heart. Chapter 111. Late at night, outside a quiet room in the Ballarak's Academy, a group of people stood in 2 rows, waiting anxiously. Almost all of them were instructors from the various faculties of the Academy, and the one standing at the front was none other than Vice Principal Dabbs. Suddenly, the door to the quiet room opened, and a kind-looking old man slowly walked out. "Dean! Dean!" The people went up to greet him, their faces full of respect. The one who walked out was the Dean of the Ballarak's Academy, the Fire Mage of the Sacred Domain, St. Platts. Platts was wearing an ordinary white magic robe with simple decorations. His white hair was combed neatly behind his head, and he had a long goatee that almost reached his chest. Platts's face was full of smiles, as if he always had a kind smile on his face. It was as if he would never be angry with anyone. In addition to being the Dean of the Ballarak's Academy, he was also the president of the Roland Empire's Magic Guild. He had a very high prestige in the Empire. However, he spent most of his time on cultivation. The matters of the Academy were usually left to the Vice Dean, Dabbs. Platts was full of smiles. "You're all here." All the teachers bowed respectfully and stood at the side. At this time, the old woman squeezed forward angrily and complained to Platts, "Dean, you have to help me." "Oh? What's the matter?" Platts was a little surprised. He had just come out of seclusion, and he was already in trouble. It seemed that this experienced teacher had suffered a lot. As she spoke, she told Platts about how Ron had injured dozens of students. Platts was shocked. "There's such a thing?" As he spoke, he looked at Vice Dean Dabbs. As his assistant, Dabbs was naturally someone he could trust, and he wanted to hear what Dabbs had to say. Dabbs was calm. He bowed and said, "Yes, Dean, this is true. The person involved, Ron, has already been locked up in the dungeon. Dean, this is far from enough." The old female mentor screamed. "He alone injured dozens of students and destroyed the corridor, which is known as a historical and cultural monument. Just imprisoning him is far from enough. How are we going to explain this to the injured students?" The old woman took a deep breath, looked at the old dean and said, "Dean, we teachers all agree that a black sheep like him must be eliminated. In other words, we suggest that Ron be fired, expelled?" Platts was stunned. He did not expect to encounter such a thorny problem right after he came out of seclusion. He thought for a moment before turning to Dabbs and asking, "Dabbs, what do you think?" Dabbs smiled and replied, "As far as I know, Ron was surrounded and attacked by dozens of students, and in the end, he managed to injure them. In my opinion, his strength is outstanding, and he is an out-and-out genius. Wouldn't it be a pity to expel him like this?" At this time, the old woman retorted, "Vice Dean Dabbs, according to what you said, students who don't study hard and fight with their classmates are the so-called geniuses. There are too many geniuses in the academy. Students should focus on their studies. Fighting and killing all day is unbecoming." The old woman deliberately downplayed the matter of her students ganging up on Ron. She said that the whole thing was Ron's fault and did not let go of this point. At the same time, she also got the other mentors to agree with her. Dabbs stood quietly, looking as if he had a card up his sleeve. He did not take these people's words seriously. As a powerhouse of the sacred domain, Platts naturally did not take a genius like Ron seriously. In his opinion, there were many so-called geniuses in the world, but those who could truly step into the sacred domain were few and far between. Even those who were at the master or master level were few and far between. Most of the so-called geniuses stopped at the high warrior level and were unable to advance any further. Platts pondered for a moment before saying to Dabbs, "Originally, there was no need to expel a fight between students. Since this matter has such a big impact, then expel him." After saying that, he paused and changed into a reproachful tone. "But Dabbs, don't blame me for saying this. You can just deal with a small matter like this directly. There's no need to trouble me." Hearing this, the old lady and a few like-minded mentors looked at each other. A hint of smugness flashed in their eyes, and a victorious expression appeared on their faces. This matter had been approved by the dean, and the firing of Ron was almost a done deal. However, Dabbs was not in a hurry. "I have no objections to expelling Ron, but I have to remind the dean to pay attention to a fact." Dabbs raised his head and said with a smile, "That Ron, oh, the one who injured dozens of students, is a necromancer." "What?" A trace of surprise flashed across Pratt's face. "What did you say? That person who injured dozens of students is a necromancer?" Pratt sighed. "Dabbs, are you sure you don't have a fever? It's already a miracle for a necromancer to injure an ordinary person, but he actually injured dozens of students, and there was no lack of advanced professionals among them. This is a little unbelievable." Dabbs nodded. "It is a little unbelievable. Even now, I still can't believe that this child Ron was the one who did it. But this is the truth." Pratt looked at the mentors inquisitively. Their hearts skipped a beat, thinking that this was bad. The dean was already interested in this Ron, but they did not dare to lie in front of the dean. They could only brace themselves and admit this fact. "It's a miracle." After hearing this, Pratt could not help but sigh. "I didn't think that the necromancer who has always been ridiculed as trash would have such ability. Other than a miracle, there is no other explanation." Could it be that there has been a major breakthrough in the research of necromancy? Why don't I know about it? Dabbs shook his head, indicating that he did not know either. Pratt smiled. "This is a very interesting young man. His name is Ron, right? Find a time to arrange a meeting with him. Just say that I want to meet him." "Yes, Dean." Dabbs had a smile on his face as he nodded lightly. In the tomb, the headless corpse suddenly lost control and threw a punch at Ron. Bone shield. After many battles, Ron was incomparably experienced. He immediately summoned the defensive skill of necromancy, the bone shield, to block in front of his chest. Boom. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. The bone shield that Ron was so proud of was shattered by the headless corpse. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string, bouncing against the wall before bouncing back. Dong. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? Ron was dumbfounded. The headless corpse in front of him, that he had painstakingly refined, had actually lost control. This made him panic and puzzled. Just where did the problem lie? However, he did not have the time to think about it now. The headless corpse seemed to have fallen into a frenzy as it destroyed everything in its path. It was barehanded. With a single punch, a terrifying black aura penetrated the wall. Boom! A large hole appeared in the wall from that one punch. With just a single punch, the solid walls of the tomb were completely destroyed. Ron was terrified as he watched. What terrifying strength! If that punch had come... He did not dare to think about it anymore. When the headless corpse punched Ron just now, it only had the strength of a warrior. In just a short moment, the headless corpse's strength suddenly increased by a level. Its strength was at least at the master level. Its strength seemed to be able to increase without limit. Its entire body was wrapped in a black evil aura. This evil aura was not soul force and was incomparably tyrannical. Boom! 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 The terrifying headless corpse waved its iron fists and punched through the entire tomb. The power of its fists rushed into the night and shattered the stairs one after another. Even the dungeon where Ron was imprisoned was punched through with a single punch. The powerful and terrifying strength came from underground. Even the ground began to shake. The headless corpse's black aura suddenly surged. His body moved, and his entire body rose into the air, flying straight towards the ground. "It's collapsing. This place is going to collapse." At this moment, Ron quickly summoned a skeleton warrior and rode on its back. He frantically rushed out, stepping on the stairs that were about to collapse. He ran up in a panic. At this moment, a familiar voice reached Ron's ears. "Eh? Ron, what happened to you? What happened? Your soul aura is so chaotic? And you're even injured. It turned out that Homelin had just woken up. When he saw Ron's soul aura was in a mess, he immediately came out. Hearing Homelin's voice, Ron was surprised and happy. "Grandpa Homelin, you're awake?" He told him what had happened. Homelin cursed, "You idiot. Can the corpse refining array be used like this? According to what you said, as long as those necromancers pick up a sacred domain expert's corpse and successfully refine it, wouldn't all of them become experts of the sacred domain? This is clearly against the laws of development." Ron was dumbfounded. It turned out that there were so many ways to refine corpses. It was simply impossible to refine corpses beyond one's level. As a result, the refined corpses would lose control and become nothing more than killing machines. Homelin raised his head and looked at the headless corpse in the sky. He saw that its strength had increased again, breaking through to the master rank. Ron said with lingering fear, "Grandpa Homelin, this guy's strength is terrifying. It was only at the master rank just now, but now it suddenly rose to the master rank, and it's still rising. It's the corpse of a god. It doesn't even have a head?" Homelin was even more shocked. If that's the case, the corpse's strength when it was alive should be very terrifying. He glanced at Ron. "This headless corpse absorbed a lot of your soul energy, right? You're lucky it didn't suck you dry. If I'm not wrong, it should be the soul ring that saved your life." Yes. Ron nodded. If it wasn't for the soul ring, he would have been sucked dry during the first wave of absorption. That kind of absorption power was simply irresistible. Ron still had lingering fear when he thought about it. Homelin frowned and said, "Your refinement of this corpse can be considered a success. Refining it into a zombie reduced its strength by 50%, and adding in the pornographic novels, it lost 50% of its strength. It also lost its head and lost another 50% of its strength. In other words, this corpse's strength is now around 25% of its original strength. But this 25% of its strength allowed it to reach the sacred domain." Chapter 112. The black aura around the headless corpse became even denser. It clenched its fists, and its naked upper body was exposed. Its headless body exuded a fierce killing intent. Homelin's expression was incomparably solemn. "This is destruction divine energy. I didn't expect it to use the sacred domain to control the power of a god. The origin of this corpse is definitely not simple." Destruction divine energy? Ron stared at the extremely powerful figure in the sky, and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. Apart from death divine energy, there was also destruction divine energy? Just how many types of divine energy were there? However, Ron didn't have time to ask, because the headless corpse had already begun to attack, and its target was him. Ron only felt a killing intent enveloping his body. For a moment, he was covered in cold sweat and couldn't move at all. There was only one thought in his mind: "This guy is about to go crazy." Homelin turned pale with fright. "Not good, Ron, you've already been targeted. Quick, let me enter your body, you're not its match." "Yes, Grandpa Homelin." Ron didn't hesitate, because Grandpa Homelin was one of the people he trusted the most. In the blink of an eye, the headless corpse in the sky punched out with a monstrous might. It was like a meteor from outer space, carrying a powerful destructive force. Bone wall. Ron, who was being controlled by Homelin, held the bone staff in his hand, flashed with a green light. In just an instant, a large amount of white bones surged out from the ground. Those bones quickly assembled to form an impenetrable wall, blocking the opponent's attack. This was the defensive spell that only Archmage necromancers could use. Bone wall. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The headless corpse's fist was like a hot knife through butter, destroying the bone wall in front of Ron. The incomparably sturdy bone wall was like paper in front of the headless corpse. In the blink of an eye, the headless corpse's huge fist arrived in front of Ron like an arrow. His life was in danger. In the face of this crisis, Ron was extremely calm, as if he had already expected that the bone wall would not be able to stop the headless corpse. It was no wonder. How could the bone wall of the master level block the attack of an expert from the sacred domain? Homelin sighed softly in his heart. It's a pity that Ron's body restricts the use of my spiritual energy. Otherwise, at this moment, he pointed with his hand. Mist transformation. At this time, Ron's eyes emitted a glimmer of light. His body gradually disappeared, turning into a cloud of mist. First, it was his hands and feet, then his body, and finally, his entire body disappeared. Whoosh! The headless corpse's fist only brushed past the black fog, allowing Ron to barely avoid a fatal blow. What powerful necromancy magic! In his own world of knowledge, Ron clearly saw this scene. Homelin's master-level necromancy, mist transformation, was an eye-opener for him. Homelin smiled. This is the mist transformation spell that can only be used by an archmage necromancer. When you become an archmage necromancer in the future, you will naturally be able to learn it. Is it on the stele in the undead castle? Ron asked excitedly. Homelin nodded with a smile. Of course. After turning into mist, Ron appeared far behind the headless corpse, only to see his body reassemble. The headless corpse suddenly lost its target and felt somewhat lost. Suddenly it moved again. Its 5 fingers made a grasping motion, and a black ball of light containing destructive power appeared in its palm. That black ball of light was constantly pulsing with white lightning surrounding it, carrying an extremely terrifying destructive power. The headless corpse raised the black ball of light high up in the air, and with a swing of its hand, it directly smashed into a pavilion in the Balarax Academy. Boom! A huge explosion occurred in the Balarax Academy, and the entire pavilion was reduced to nothingness. A powerful destructive power rushed into the sky, forming a black pillar of light. Even the earth trembled slightly. What's going on? Could it be an earthquake? The black ball of light's destructive power was extremely powerful, and many students who were sleeping soundly were awakened. They climbed out of their warm beds in panic. The huge explosion and terrifying power finally attracted the attention of the teachers in the academy. They were all shocked by the powerful force that appeared in the academy. What's going on? The teachers of the academy, including Principal Platz, looked towards the sky. Black balls of light were sprinkling down from the sky, and wherever they went, powerful explosions occurred. Vice Principal Dab's pupils shrank. It can fly. Could it be a master-level powerhouse? No. Platz calmly looked at the sky. It's a powerhouse from the sacred domain, and he's very powerful. A powerhouse from the sacred domain? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Their heads were shrouded in a haze. In the entire Balarax Academy, it seemed that the only saint was Head Platz, the fire mage saint. Good fellow. Platz coldly laughed. I wonder which old friend is wreaking havoc in the academy. It seems that I'll have to go and meet him. With that, Platz's figure moved, and a red light flashed, and he disappeared. The remaining teachers looked at each other, and one of them said, A battle between powerhouses from the sacred domain, this is a rare opportunity. We have to go and take a look. Sacred domain powerhouses were unreachable existences in the eyes of master and master-level powerhouses. Even if they could observe their battle, they would benefit greatly. Sacred domain powerhouses would not casually make a move, because their destructive power in battle was extremely great. Moreover, if they failed, their lifetime of wisdom would go down the drain. Therefore, they were extremely cautious when making a move. Being able to see a sacred domain powerhouse in battle was a great opportunity. It was no wonder that those pornographic novels were so popular. Some of the teachers ran over to watch without any regard for their lives. It should be known that a single wave of energy from a sacred domain powerhouse was enough to heavily injure a master-level powerhouse. Under the bombardment of the black balls of light, the buildings collapsed one after another. The windows were shattered, and the students ran out of the dormitory crying and shouting. Fortunately, the students were strong and no one was seriously injured. Some of the injured students were also healed by the priests among them. At this moment, a student screamed, "Oh my God, what kind of monster is that? It doesn't have a head?" Another student said, "What a terrifying aura! Could it be a sacred domain powerhouse?" A student pointed at the sky and shouted, "Look, it's Sir Dean, the Sir Dean is coming." Platz's figure appeared in the sky. When he saw the headless corpse, he was shocked by the terrifying corpse. What? A headless corpse can move? So strong, that guy is a sacred domain powerhouse. Hamelin looked at Platz in the sky and muttered, "Another sacred domain powerhouse?" Through Hamelin's eyes, Ron also saw the white-robed magician in the sky. Feeling the increasing pressure from the sky, his heart trembled. "Who are you? Why did you appear in the Ballarak's academy?" Platz felt a great threat from the headless corpse and asked in a deep voice. The headless corpse didn't answer. It was successfully refined into a zombie by Ron, but with Ron's strength, he couldn't control it at all. Without control, the headless corpse's innate hostility naturally erupted. At this moment, it became a killing machine through and through. At this moment, the headless corpse moved, and a powerful destructive divine energy covered its body. It fiercely punched at the fire mage St. Platz. Before the punch even arrived, a powerful pressure was already rushing at Platz. He didn't expect it to attack just like that, and was stunned for a moment. In just a short second, he was at a disadvantage. Teleport. Platz made a prompt decision. His figure flashed and he disappeared from where he stood. The headless corpse's fist missed its target. It's the Dean's teleport. Too powerful! Seeing this scene, the students on the ground couldn't help but cheer. The headless corpse paused in the sky and turned around, but what greeted it was a series of fireballs. Boom! 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 Platz used the magician's teleport to move a few hundred meters away, pulling away from the headless corpse. At the same time, he released a large number of fireballs. Countless bursting fireballs the size of basketballs flew towards the headless corpse with blazing heat. They hit the headless corpse in an instant, creating a huge explosion. Platz waved his staff, and the bursting fireballs rained down on the headless corpse as if they were free. Waves of dazzling light illuminated the dark night sky as if it was daytime. The fierce flames shone on the faces of the students and teachers on the ground. Everyone was so excited that their faces were flushed. That was the strength of a powerhouse from the sacred domain. The Dean is so strong. Go Dean! The students and mentors on the ground kept shouting, cheering for their respected Dean. Darbus was so excited that he clenched his fist. Dean Platz's strength has increased again. This time, he'll definitely blast that monster to pieces. However, he was also puzzled. Where did this headless corpse from the sacred domain come from? How did it appear in the academy? Grandpa Hamelin, it looks like the Dean is going to win for sure. At this time, Hamelin had already returned the body to Ron. The zombie that Ron had refined had gone out of control and caused a great loss to the Ballarak's academy. He felt even more apologetic, but he still cheered for Platz. Hamelin shook his head. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. That corpse didn't suffer much damage." "What?" Ron turned pale with fright. The bursting fireball was an extremely high-end fire magic. Even a master-rank powerhouse would be heavily injured if they were hit by it. Tens of thousands of bursting fireballs appeared at the same time, their power comparable to a forbidden spell. Yet, the headless corpse didn't suffer much damage. The attack of the bursting fireballs finally stopped, and a victorious smile appeared on Platz's face. "How was it, sacred domain monster? My dense array didn't taste good, did it? Dense array was the name given to the continuous bombardment of tens of thousands of bursting fireballs. It was also a spell that Platz had created after his seclusion. He used quantity to replace quality, making it comparable to a forbidden spell in power, but the mana consumption was much lower. The smoke gradually dispersed, revealing the headless corpse within. It was covered in blood and covered in a black ball of light. The black ball of light was surrounded by lightning, like a protective membrane that protected its entire body. Chapter 113. What? Pratt was shocked. It's actually a protective barrier? The students and mentors on the ground were also in an uproar. Under such a powerful attack from Pratt, the headless monster was completely unharmed. At this time, the headless corpse retracted its protective barrier and launched an attack at Pratt. Its speed was extremely fast, like a shadow. In an instant, it arrived in front of Pratt's, even faster than his teleportation. The headless corpse raised its massive fist and punched. Pratt could not even withstand a punch from a normal warrior. Magicians were originally a class with weak bodies, let alone a punch from a sacred domain expert. He very wisely chose to dodge. He teleported and disappeared from the spot again, causing the headless corpse to miss. This headless monster is so fast. I would have been done for if I'd dodged a little later. Pratt was still in shock after using teleportation to dodge the headless corpse's attack. He was shocked by the headless corpse's dazzling speed. This time, he barely managed to dodge it. The distance of teleportation was related to the caster's strength, but the furthest it could go was a few hundred meters. Any further and it would be impossible. The headless corpse was stunned for a moment when the enemy disappeared again. However, its adaptability was also very strong. It quickly locked onto Pratt, who was a few hundred meters away. Compared to the last time, its reaction was clearly much faster. Without any warning, the headless corpse turned around. Its naked body turned into a ray of light and went straight for Pratt. The distance of a few hundred meters was covered in the blink of an eye. What? It discovered me so quickly? Pratt was shocked. He felt that his teleportation had no advantage in front of the headless monster. Pratt's figure disappeared again. Apart from teleportation, he had no other way to dodge the headless corpse's attack. One man and one corpse chased each other in the sky. The headless corpse was chasing and Pratt was escaping. The headless corpse seemed to have grasped Pratt's pattern. The more Pratt used teleportation, the less effective it was. He was completely at a disadvantage. Pratt's failure made the students and mentors on the ground nervous. They were all sweating for the dean. Grandpa Hamelin, do you think Dean Platz will lose? Ron quietly looked at the sky, clearly worried. If Principal Platz lost, then no one would be able to stop the headless corpse from going crazy. At that time, the entire academy would probably be razed to the ground. A crazy expert from the sacred domain was extremely terrifying. Hamelin shook his head. It's hard to say. There's a huge difference in their strength. Moreover, the headless corpse has innate combat experience, which is obviously much richer than that Dean. Because it used to be a god, it can even use a little bit of the destruction divine power. From this point of view, that Dean has no chance of winning. The battle in the sky was still going on. The headless corpse showed its power and suppressed Pratt. It wasn't that Pratt didn't fight back, but his attacks didn't have much effect on the headless corpse. Even though it was covered in wounds, it didn't seem to feel any pain. It attacked Pratt again and again as if both sides were injured. Lunatic! Lunatic! Pratt was so angry that his beard kept trembling. The opponent's method of attacking made him feel helpless. A normal person would be at a disadvantage no matter how they fought, but there was nothing he could do. With a boom, Pratt's teleportation finally reached its limit. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, he could only raise his magic shield to block. The headless corpse punched out and easily shattered the magic shield. Pratt spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell down like a kite with its string cut. Dean Platts, seeing that the dean was injured, cries of shock came from the ground. The teachers and students of the academy all became nervous. They didn't think that the headless monster would be so difficult to deal with. Even Dean Platts, who had always been revered like a god, couldn't deal with it. "Oh no!" Ron cried out in his heart. Dean Platts's defeat meant that Balarax wasn't far from destruction. No one could stop the headless corpse from going crazy. As expected, the headless corpse clenched its fists and let out a long howl. That howl was filled with joy at defeating the enemy, but it also had a trace of desolation. Although it was covered in wounds, it was even crazier, and the destructive divine energy was even thicker. Suddenly, its hand moved, and a black ball of light jumped in its hand. With a light wave of its hand, the ball of light shone brightly and covered the ground. Boom! Smoke and dust rose more than 10 meters high, and the sound of the explosion spread for 10 miles. The resulting shock wave spread in all directions, and the buildings were destroyed. Darbus exclaimed, "Oh no, we have to stop it, or it'll destroy the entire academy." Attack together. In order to protect the academy, all the teachers were united. The magisters and grand magisters all took out their magic staffs from their spatial bags, and all sorts of chants rang out in the academy. Suddenly, countless spells rose into the sky like meteors, and all sorts of beautiful fireworks bloomed in the sky. Boom, 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 the battle in the quiet night sky was intense, and the entire sky above Balarax turned red, attracting the attention of many powerhouses. On the ground, two figures were tugging at each other. "Shea, where are you going?" The blue-haired Kadena hid in the crowd, a frost shield protecting her body, a freezing orb in her hand, and a dark gold magic staff in one hand. At the same time, she pulled Shea with the other. "Do you even need to ask?" Shea rode on her silver-winged Pegasus, and her cold gaze shot into the sky. "Of course I'm going to fight. Kadena, why are you pulling me?" "Fight?" Kadena's eyes widened. "Sister Shea, that headless monster in the sky is a powerhouse of the sacred domain. Are you going to die?" Shea said, "I know, but what can I do? Let it destroy our academy? I have to go stop it." Kadena shook her head, and her grip on Shea's hand became even more firm. "If the sky falls, there'll be someone taller to hold it up. Things between the powerhouses of the sacred domain will naturally be resolved by the powerhouses of the sacred domain. We'll just cast some spells on the ground to help. If we get involved, we'll be courting death. Yeah, Shea, I understand how you feel, but the matters of the powerhouses of the sacred domain aren't something we can interfere with. Look, even the mentors aren't going." Pornographic novel. Shea looked, and sure enough, the mentors were hiding below, casting spells, arrows, and other long-range attack. None of them would charge into the sky on their mounts like Shea. She sighed and didn't insist. Most of the spells in the Balarax Academy were mid and low rank. High-rank spells were few and far between, and they could only be cast by instructors. Such an attack was nothing more than an itch for the headless corpse of the god of destruction. "Boss Aurora, why aren't you doing anything? Your arrows can hit him," Lantry said to Aurora. Aurora stood in the crowd with her hands tucked in. Although her face was full of worry, she didn't make a move. She sighed. "It's useless. Such low-level magic arrows won't have any effect on the powerhouses of the sacred domain. It'll only be a waste of my magic power." "That's right," Manny said. "The strength of the powerhouses of the sacred domain isn't something we can imagine. Let alone us, even the master-level mentors are like ants in the eyes of the powerhouses of the sacred domain. Since our attacks are useless, it's better to save our magic power." Lantry and the others could only nod in silence. Aurora bit her lip. "I heard that the headless monster escaped from the dungeon, and Ron is also locked up in the dungeon. I wonder how he's doing." He should be fine, right? Karachi clasped her hands in front of her chest, her face full of worry. At this time, the power of the headless corpse in the sky increased. It raised its hands, and a powerful aura spread out with it as the center. Boom! Like a strong shockwave, the students on the ground were blown away by the powerful force. The mentors were anxious. Quick, go protect the students. Before they could finish, a few more destructive balls of light fell from the sky. They put up a huge magic shield, intending to block them. Boom! 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 The destructive balls of light hit the magic shield, and the shield shook for a moment before disappearing. The mentors all spat out mouthfuls of blood. Just this one attack had dealt a heavy blow to their mental strength. The injured Platts landed not far from Ron. Ron quickly ran over and helped him up. "Dean Platts, are you all right?" Ron had seen his portrait in the library, so he recognized him. "Thank you, little student." Platts's white beard was stained with blood. He seemed to be injured, but he still maintained the demeanor of a sacred domain expert. He looked up at the headless corpse in the sky, and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Where did this headless monster come from? It's actually so powerful? Ron blushed and didn't respond to Pratt's words. He didn't dare to say that he was the one who created the headless corpse. Now that he had caused so much damage to the academy, Pratt would skin him alive. Platts ignored Ron and said, "This monster's strength has increased again. Is this monster's strength limitless? Damn it. Dean Platts." Some mentors noticed the injured Dean Platts and immediately ran over. Seeing Ron beside him, they were stunned for a moment. Recalling that it was this kid who had injured their students, they could not help but glare at him. An academy teacher who was a great radiant priest used a healing spell to heal Pratt's injuries. At this time, Vice Dean Dabbs quickly ran over. Seeing Ron standing beside Platts, he could not help but look at him strangely. His mouth moved as if he wanted to say something, but he did not. Instead, he turned to Platts. "Dean, what do we do now?" Before Pratt could reply, a crisp dragon roar sounded in the sky. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.